so beautiful. It all connects. But so do we, for children's sake. At Child Fund, we connect through everything we do, together, so every child can grow up healthy, educated, and safe. Because we need each other. Learn more at childfund.org.
Many of our U.S. veterans and service members face challenges: mental health struggles, housing obstacles, employment, food insecurity, and social isolation, to name just a few. I'm Bob Woodward. My family and I started the Bob Woodward Foundation in 2006 after I sustained a life-threatening injury while reporting from Iraq. Our service members had my back that day, and we need to have theirs now more than ever. At the Bob Woodward Foundation, we raise awareness about the tough challenges veterans and military families face and invest in solutions to help support them in the next chapter of their lives. And with one solution comes the next. We solve the housing situation, we increase employment opportunities. We solve employment problems, we address food insecurity. We solve food insecurity, we impact physical and mental health issues. Learn more about our work at bobwoodfoundation.org/success.
Do you hear that? Emily? And that? Those are the sounds of a healthy and vibrant community. And to this United Way volunteer, nothing sounds better. They're the sounds of children being given greater chances to succeed in school. The sounds of neighbors receiving the support needed to overcome challenges, both big and small. They're the sounds of families gaining access to quality health care and nutritious food for their tables. And they're the sounds of members of our community who've benefited from United Way's financial education programs. See, wherever there's a need in our communities, there's a United Way. People working together to respond and growing the good for everyone. United is the way. So join us by getting involved and giving back. Learn more at unitedway.org.
We're listening to KGNFN Wave 105.1. We're talking about a proud Glimpses Media Station.
Simon Donahue. President Trump and Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu met for the first time since launching the war against Iran. The AP's Sandra Magani has the story.
It lasted nearly 90 minutes behind closed doors at the White House. The sit-down came with both leaders under growing pressure at home. The president's facing calls to end an unpopular war. Netanyahu is up for re-election and facing strains in a hot and cold relationship. Hours earlier, the president revealed some tensions, telling Fox and Friends he was not happy with reports Netanyahu planned to discuss intelligence about a potential Iranian nuclear site.
Why didn't you just tell it to me? Why do you have to announce it to the world?
Israeli UN Ambassador Danny Danon sought to downplay any tensions.
We are grateful for our deep partnership with the U.S.
The White House says the meeting was positive and productive, without giving many details. Sandra Magani, Washington.
The White House also says President Trump and Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky had a good meeting. They discussed Ukraine's producing its own weapons in the war with Russia. Netanyahu and Zelensky are in Washington for the funeral for South Carolina Senator Lindsey Graham. At the Capitol, Senate Majority Leader John Thune said no one took his job more seriously than Lindsey Graham, but also no one was more capable of cracking up a room.
Rest in peace, my friend. I look forward to days when you make us all laugh again.
Graham's funeral is today in Washington's National Cathedral. Iran publicly hanged 2 men convicted of killing 4 police officers during nationwide anti-government protests. Florida carried out the first of 2 executions planned in a single day. This is 18 News. A 7.1 quake shook Japan's Kyushu Island.
The second floor of the Aeon Mall shopping centre in Kishida collapsed in the quake, shocking an unknown number of people. Around 20 to 30 employees were missing, while several other people were dug out and taken to a hospital. Kyoto News Agency reports Shinkansen bullet trains and local trains to Kyoto were suspended for safety checks, and the runway at Ashok Kumamoto Airport is closed, with no prospect of resuming operations. According to a notice on the airport's website, there were no further around 540 miles southwest of Tokyo. I'm Charles to the Desmond.
An amateur cricket match in England has become a viral sensation over allegations of cheating. The video claims to show a fielder clicking his fingers to imitate the sound of a bat connecting with the ball. I'm Ed Donahue, AP News. I'm Ed Donahue. President Trump says a new agreement with Saudi Arabia on a civilian nuclear program has one big condition. The 18th Sandra Magani is at the White House.
A day after the deal was announced, the president says the kingdom must normalize relations with Israel by joining the Abraham Accords.
He has said if they don't join the Abraham Accords, the deal is off.
White House spokeswoman Caroline Leavitt, the Saudis have made clear normalizing relations with Israel would first require establishing a clear path for Palestinian statehood. That's something Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has rejected. Sagar Magani at the White House.
The House narrowly passed a resolution to stop U.S. military action in Iran. Washington Democrat Pramila Jayapal says the war has had no clear mission, no strategy, no endgame. Florida Republican Brian Mast disagrees.
This was not a war of choice. This was not President Trump's war of choice. This is, and always has been, Iran's choice.
Minority Leader Chuck Schumer says he's waiting to vote again on war powers in the Senate.
Donald Trump's war is ramping up, not winding down. If Donald Trump won't listen to the American people and end this war, then Congress must.
Tropical storm Bertha is churning toward a second landfall in Texas after grazing southern Louisiana. The National Hurricane Center says the storm is packing 45-mile-an-hour winds and it should reach the upper coast of Texas. Salman Rushdie testified for the second time about being stabbed nearly to death 4 years ago in a western New York amphitheater. The prize-winning author took the witness stand at Hadi Madar's federal terrorism trial. He already was convicted of a state-level attempted murder charge. This is AP News. Crime numbers have fallen in London.
London's mayor and police chief Sadiq Khan is using a drop in recorded street crime to reassure tourists that it is safe and counter an online narrative depicting Britain's capital as a rural dystopia. Khan says labelling crime, a category that includes phone theft, pickpocketing, residential burglary and vehicle crime, fell 14% in the year to June, citing data from areas popular with tourists. The mayor adds, though, that in the past 2 years, we've seen a 200% increase in stories on social media about London being in quote-unquote decline, or London being more dangerous. Khan blames an online outrage economy that monetizes negativity. I'm Charles Silverson.
A tugboat captain pleaded guilty to causing a deadly Miami collision that killed 3 girls from a sailing camp last summer. He could get up to 10 years in prison, but prosecutors have recommended much less. I'm Ed Donahue, AP News.
You're listening to Mornings with Patti, where the conversation belongs to everyone.
Today, Graham, he was plastic and was wearing National Weather Service. Mainly, I saw Charles to father who began to build Saturday as a monsoon surge moved into the area. This will bring breezy conditions Sunday and Monday, with windy conditions Tuesday. Waves will most likely rise accordingly. Small crocodile conditions are likely, and dire conditions are possible, along with wind advisory. The latest weather information is always available at www.weather.gov/GRM.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Mornings with Patti on the Wave 105 FM. It is 6:05. This is a Wednesday here on the Wave 105 FM. We are streaming live and online as well as our YouTube channel. Like, subscribe, and do follow our YouTube channel, Wave 105.1 FM.
Our studio lines can be reached at 671-922-1051 or 1052. And Mornings with Patti is proudly brought to you by our friends at Subway. Eat fresh in just a few clicks. Order online at subwaypacific.com for pickup at your convenience or for delivery right at your doorstep. Online ordering at subwaypacific.com is powered by Get to Go We Deliver. At Subway, you gotta refresh to be fresh. Think Pacific, where others place branches, we place roots. Visit bankpacific.com today. GTA, we start with you. Mobile gas stations turn every fuel stop into rewards with Mobile Smiles. Download the app today for exclusive offers and faster rewards at the pump. Mobile Smiles, fuel up and save. Take Care Insurance Company, our island, your health plan. Triple J Auto Group. Celebrate liberation with Triple J Ford's Liberation Celebration. Prices below dealers cost, thousands off retail, and F-150s starting at just $39,995. Visit Triple J Ford today. Customers first. Shop, dine, and relax at the Agania Shopping Center, your destination for food, fun, and local favorites all year long. Patch fencing and detailing for all your special interior cleaning. Call 483-7522. Code 1 Store is your tactical shop for public safety and everyday gear. Serving Guam since 1999. Shop 511 Tactical and Condor Outdoor plus steel toe footwear. Stop by Code 1 Store today. And Chili's Grill and Bar at Chili's. More life, great food, and memories happen here. Good morning, Guam, and welcome back. It's Mornings with Patti right here on the Wave 105 FM.
Explore, snack, and share for a chance to win a round-trip ticket to Taiwan. Join the Guam Photo Run and visit iconic landmarks and hidden gems online. The more locations you photograph, the more chances you have to win exciting prizes. Learn more and submit to win online at visitguam.com/photo hunt. Terms and conditions apply. Explore, snap, and rediscover Guam. Brought to you by the Guam Visitors Bureau.
Half a day, it's Amanda Shelton. I'm ready to serve you again in the legislature. On August 1st, she's proven leadership so we can continue to build a stronger Guam together. I humbly ask for your vote. Amanda Shelton, number 6 Democrat.
Johnny Coultaris, Treasurer. A message from Joshua Jackson, actor and fair volunteer ambassador.
Food allergy is a serious, life-threatening disease that impacts over 33 million Americans. When your immune system sees certain food proteins as a threat, every bite matters. Here's the good news. There have been advancements in the treatment of food allergies, and with one voice, we can create better awareness. Because in the fair community, the disease doesn't own us. We own our journey. Talk to an allergist to understand your options. Visit foodallergy.org/empower to learn more.
Housing costs are high everywhere. Rent is higher, home ownership goes farther away, and too many families are asking, can we afford to stay on Guam? But the dream is simple. A place of your own, a home where your children can grow up right here on Guam. Just years ago, Guam wasn't in a position to do it. Guam's finances were on the brink, and so we stabilized. We restored fiscal credibility, and we secured the resources to act. Because of that work, hundreds of homes have been built, and hundreds more are on the way, including housing for working and middle-income families. For young families starting out, housing is about building safe communities and supporting families right here at home. Together, we're building a better Guam for everyone to grow and thrive. I'm Josh Arroyo.
And I'm Tina, and we approve this message.
My name is Emma, and I'm 13 years old. 6 years ago, I was injured in a car accident that left me paralyzed from the waist down. Once I completed rehab, my mom applied for a care and companion service dog. Last January, I finally got to use my service dog Garcia, who quickly developed a very strong bond. Together we go to horseback riding lessons, school band practice, swim meets, and archery classes. Together we pick vegetables, and we like to cut flowers. I love Garcia. She makes me feel like together we can do anything. I can't imagine life without her. She's a part of the family. We are just one of the thousands of teams caring companions have cared together over the past 50 years. With your help, we can continue for another 50. Visit care.org to see the many ways we can change lives.
Man, I'm a micro monster, swimming around in your plastic water bottle. But I can't wait to swim in your bloodstream soon.
Microplastics are micro monsters.
What are you doing?
But you can fight back by using glass or metal reusable water bottles.
No!
Don't let microplastic micro monsters invade your body. Find more ways to fight back at stopmicromonsters.org. We are all for first-time guests and long-time friends. All for First Light and Starlight. For road trips and trail runs. All for mountaintops and hills, riverbeds and battlefields. We're all for showing up and giving back. To protect, to preserve, to pass it on. All parks depend on us, and we're all for parks. Join us at nationalparks.org/all for parks.
It all connects. The girl who walks for hours to bring home the family water, the school she can't attend most days, the breakfast she didn't have, the rain that hasn't fallen in months, the danger around the next bend, her little brother's belly laugh, her mother's hug, her dreams of being a teacher, an engineer, a mayor. All the reasons life is both so hard and so beautiful. It all connects. But so do we, for children's sakes. At Child Fund, we connect through everything we do, together, so every child can grow up healthy, educated, and safe. Because we need each other. Learn more at childfund.org.
Our critically injured veterans and first responders are left behind every day because of inadequate wheelchairs. That's why Wheelchairs for Warriors is on a mission to serve America's heroes across the nation and provide them with custom-fit wheelchairs tailored to fit their needs to ensure they're rejoining their lives at the highest level of independent mobility and function possible. From lightweight daily use chairs or adaptive sports chairs to all-terrain wheelchairs to get these warriors outdoors. Wheelchairs for Warriors serve those who served us. To join their mission, visit their website, wheelchairsforwarriors.org.
The road to Adams is in full swing. We recently spoke with Democrat candidates Lieutenant Governor Josh Tenorio and Senator Tina Maria Barnes to learn more about their vision for Guam. Catch the full conversation to take place on May 26th on the Wave 105 presentation. This is a glimpse of Guam radio station.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the show hosts, guests, and callers, and do not necessarily reflect the views of the staff or management of Wave 105.1 FM, Voices Media, or our partners. We strive to provide quality, respectful, and engaging content, and we welcome you to participate in the conversation. Thank you for tuning in to Wave 105.1 FM. Enjoy the show.
Wave 105, keeping one informed and inspired in the conversation. Glimpses Media.
105.1 The Wave is the talk of Guam.
You ready?
And you've got it tuned in to Learning with Patti.
Come on! We take orders and commands with respect and humility. Come on, guys.
Not the humility.
Not the humility again.
Humility again. I mean, between humility and resilience during the typhoon.
I tell you what, humility's got me on my last nerve.
Like, first of all, we're resilient. Now
we gotta be humble about it. No, I need to whine. We're in the whining period. 3 down. We're just a few days, 4 days down. Wait, today's Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. So we're 3 days down.
3 days down.
From this coming to a close, at least the first part of it with the primary. And there's no shortage of people got something to say. And it really just depends on the day.
I
I was reading something from a list from actually she's a Facebook friend.
Okay.
And she said that what did she say? I gotta read it to you because this is the stuff that people write on their they don't want anybody to know about a lot of things, but they also wanted them to know about who they're not going to vote for. They say why, but they don't know. But we don't know who that person is. So it's a guessing game of who's who.
Okay.
Right? Who are they talking about?
Okay.
I had a political conversation with a someone today, and yeah.
Oh God.
Already we're anonymous. So like, move along. I want to know names, man. I want to know if you're not voting for somebody, I want to know who that is. I'm not going to try to convince you because that's not my job. I just want to know why.
What's the conversation with?
Exactly. Okay, so I had a political conversation with someone today, and I mentioned that I had a hard time supporting the political team that they were supporting because I don't agree with some political decisions and comments that they made. While I had a hard time supporting them, I was still a solid maybe until the person who worked for their campaign responded with some passive-aggressive comments to me. Now, I will absolutely not support those candidates. It's possible to disagree politically without degrading each other. Here's where we find out that if you are on the side of a political candidate, you might as well be a political candidate because everybody is translating what you're saying into the character of the person that you're thinking about voting for.
Right. Got you. Okay.
So if your hype man makes the comment, now you're not voting for the entire. Now they're not voting for the entire candidate. You feel me?
Okay, gotcha.
And this was like I talked to somebody who was a political supporter of a person, and then they said the wrong thing to me, so I'm not going to vote for that guy.
Yes.
I mean, how do we throw away? And I don't know who the person is. I don't even know if it's a political candidate. But what kind of thorough vote are you giving if the person who is supporting the candidate pisses you off?
Whoa.
And that it doesn't make sense. That it negates everything that we're supposed to be doing when we elect people. Like, I'm not going to vote for your guy because you didn't return my Tupperware. Like, wait, hang on a second. I'll return your Tupperware. What does that mean? You made a passive-aggressive comment to me. Therefore, I'm definitely not going to. Unless that person is going to be part of the administration, where they have a seat at the table, and they can show you why their candidate is the great guy, and they have influence over that candidate, and they're, like, again, they're sitting at a seat at the having a seat at the table. Otherwise, you're just a person who's just, in a bad mood, and it has nothing to do with the candidate. And that's the part that really gets, I don't get it. So there's enough of these, there's somebody else that there's somebody else that wrote something and I wanted to look at. Hang on a second. She's just what does she call herself? She's just a digital creator. Okay, here's one that she wrote. She goes, with Guam's primary election on August 1st, I remain undecided about who deserves my vote for governor. I have narrowed my choice to two teams. Each team in my short list has its own strengths and weaknesses, but both have left me with important unanswered questions. As political strategist James Carville famously said during the 1992 U.S. presidential campaign, it's the economy, stupid. That phrase remains just as relevant today. A strong economy is the foundation upon which governments can fund education, public safety, healthcare infrastructure, and other essential services. Without a strong economy, campaign promises become difficult, if not impossible, to fulfill. Candidates often promise heaven and earth during election season, but if Guam's economy is struggling, where will the money come from to pay for all these promises? Promises without a sustainable source of funding are simply rhetoric. A vision is only meaningful if there's a realistic economic strategy to support it. What concerns me most is the lack of specific, strategic plans in three critical areas that will determine Guam's long-term economic future. First, tourism. Thousands of Guam residents depend directly or indirectly on the tourism industry, yet I've not heard detailed plans explaining exactly how the candidates intend to rebuild visitor arrivals, diversify source markets, improve the visitor experience, and measure success through clear performance indicators. Second, Guam's economy after the current surge in Department of Defense funding, military construction, and related spending will not last forever. when, not if, DOD funding declines between 2030 and 2035, what's the candidate administration's economic diversification strategy? What industries will replace that economic activity? What concrete steps will they begin taking now to prepare for that transition? And third, manufacturing with the current U.S. administration's emphasis on Made in America industrial policy, Guam has an opportunity to leverage its strategic location in the Indo-Pacific. What specific actions will the next governor take to position Guam as a manufacturing, assembly, or logistics hub serving U.S. and regional markets? What incentives, infrastructure investments, workforce development initiatives, and federal partnerships will they pursue to make that vision a reality? Campaign slogans and broad promises are not enough. Before I cast my vote, I want to hear detailed strategies, measurable goals, implementation timelines, and clear accountability. More than ever, Guam deserves leaders who will strengthen the economy first, because without a strong economy, every other promise rests on an unstable foundation. This election is the most consequential election of our lifetime. Vote and vote wisely. Well said. Well said. This comes from Vicki Strogging, who has had a hand in how tourism is asserted on Guam. She's been in this sort of this business of being in the kitchen. Excuse me. Oh, timing is everything. You turned off my mic and my phone. Anyway, 3 days now, Vicki. I don't know. They had a number of events yesterday. The Filipino Community Association of Guam, they did something last night. They had a forum. They had another forum, if you want to hear from the delegates. They had another forum led by Polly Suba last night for the Pacific Area Radiation Survivors. And so there's a couple of last-minute ones that are there before. You need to go back, I think. If you hadn't heard it, if yesterday you hadn't heard any of these clear questions answered, Polly's been doing a series on the radio, and he's pitching them, and if you're listening to the ads, he's pitching what these teams have been talking about and referring you to past interviews that he's done over the last 2 months. And he's had all of the teams on, and he's had many, if not all, of the candidates for senatorial race on. He's had the congressional candidates on. So he's done the most thorough job that you can find on the radio or even in media to be able to have these one-on-ones with them on scheduled all throughout the last several months. You can go to YouTube, or you can maybe even shoot Paul a note, and he can give you at the dates. He's been running ads talking about the teams that were on. Those would be very helpful to listen to and see if these questions are being answered. But there's a lot. The administration sometimes is only as good as the legislature supports their goals. And the legislature goals or the senatorial goals are only as good as the administration's acceptance of them. Of course, there's ways to get around, usurping somebody's authority over a particular piece of policy to be able to overrule it in one way or another. The strategies are definitely there. But when you have two teams that are opposite parties and each has their own agenda, sometimes you have to take a fighting stance for the 4 to 8 years that you're going to be in office. And I'm also not saying that there shouldn't be any dissension and that you shouldn't have people that are just going to nod yes every time a piece of legislation comes out of the legislature or comes down from the governor's office. There has to be a reasonable amount of dissension so that clearly we're not agreeing with everything that's coming from one branch or another. So, is there a happy balance? There never really is. Do they compromise? Sometimes they do. And sometimes they dig their heels in on either side. So, fulfilling an agenda is only as good as the people who are supporting the agenda. And that's where the politics comes in of you negotiating and compromising whatever goals that you have. It's a dynamic that's been in place for years and years. And in Guam, in Guam, lawmaking can be obviously very complicated, and we have rules about these bills that we introduce that have to have some kind of, fiscal note attached to it. You come up with a great idea, tell me how much it's going to cost, and also tell me how you're going to execute it. So, to Vicki, and anybody like her who I agree a lot with what she's saying, you have to take what these lawmakers, for example, and what these candidates are saying. There's only one candidate in here that's like fully in charge, right? And that would be Josh Tenorio. The other candidates, Tony Ada, fully in charge in the legislative branch. Senator Jonathan Augustine, excuse me, also in charge. Therese Terlahi in charge of the committees that they're on, but they're both the minorities in a Republican-led legislature. You have to see in the course of their, I don't know if you want to go through their entire career, but look at their resumes and see how they play well with each other. Because sometimes that's what it really boils down to. Everybody, this is like you said, this is like the most important time of our lifetime, at least mine at the moment in Guam, where we have to either, deliver what we want always to do, and we've said, which is one Guam approach, or we're going to have to just let things fall where they may. And I got to say, look at these people who are creating your policies for the future and see whether or not they've got a visionary eye. Because some of them are completely blank behind the eye. Listen carefully to the plans that they say that they have and the ideas and concepts they want to introduce. It's going to be hard work. And not everyone is going to be successful in carrying out their campaign promises because stuff happens. For whatever reason, stuff happens. But if you are making promises that you know fully well you can't keep, like I will never start a war, I'm going to lower your gas prices, I'm going to have this Ukraine war settled on the first week I'm there. If you are listening to promises that you know are absolutely tough if they haven't been done yet to be done in a 24-hour period, then you know you're dealing with somebody who's disingenuous. And sometimes that discerning eye, and especially for you, Vicki, a discerning eye and experience to know the difference makes all the difference. So yeah, vote wisely, but do your homework before you get there. And, between her and the other listener or the other Facebook account that I just read, it has to go beyond, you looked at me funny. And so now I'm not going with your candidate. Or you dissed me, and now I'm not going to your candidate. That to me is like, that to me is surface stuff that you shouldn't be paying attention to. Go beyond whoever that person is who's not probably representing the candidate well, but they're not the candidate. And I think that's where we make a mistake all the time. That's where we're making a mistake now. We're not the candidate. We're the guy that's trying to push support, and sometimes we're not skilled enough. We're there with our heart and soul and all of our loyalty, but sometimes we're not skilled enough because we're not politicians, to say the right thing about our guy. And so, they're just, if they're not sitting at the table, then you probably shouldn't put much stock in how their message is getting to you and possibly not in the right tone. It has to go, it's got to be a little more deeper than the surface. But, some of the policies under the best laid plans never even come to fruition. There's a special bill that was out there that the legislature's been dealing with since Monday, and this is to spend some funding for this fiscal year 2026 that they'd like to go to a variety of places. One of the big ones was child care. We've lost the grant at the beginning of the year to subsidize or to offer relief to the child care centers. And now they're struggling because they don't have enough money they're at a point where some of them really are on the cliff. Some of them can, manage and as much as they can, but others are just hanging on by a thread. But, a payless payday for their workers, it could be just around the corner. They need the funding. And the legislature was going through the past couple of days a number of other measures that were on provisions that were on this bill, and they finally got to child care yesterday, and they decided to put that on hold until next week, Monday. And I think that there were, for specific reasons, being that, this would have been one of the areas where you could have seen the performance of these lawmakers and people will judge them on whether or not the funding will come and how the argument is being made before they have to actually cast their vote for them. This could be a situation, especially in the child care industry, and these parents and families who are trying to send these kids every day to child care because their literal life depends on it. Because they're both parents are working. Let's say the scenario with two parents, and kids are going to school or daycare. Two parents have to work to survive in their family. And daycare goes away, and you're stuck without anybody. So you need to leave your job and your income to take care of the child. And these are families that are scared to death that they don't know whether or not these care centers are going to be. They're paying their tuition as best they can, but they're scared that these child care centers just aren't making the cut. And so we're not going to find out until next week, August 4th, whether or not is that Monday or Tuesday? August 4th is second, third, fourth. Would be Tuesday. That's correct. Okay. So, we're 6 days away from finding out whether or not this bill is going to make it. There's still more conversation to be had, and the clock is ticking, and people are getting nervous. And when the clock is ticking and people are getting nervous, and an election is just around the corner, people do take stock in stuff like that. If my situation is in limbo, maybe the people who are putting me in this limbo situation may not be the people that I need to have come back next year. So this, there's a lot of different factors that bring people to the decisions that they're being made. So I would implore you, like I'm watching on Facebook, study it. If this is like the vote of your lifetime in Guam right now, you probably need to do a little more research than what's on the surface. We're going to get Paulie's perspective on all of this. He's coming up next here on Mornings with Patti. With Paulie's perspective, we'll be right back.
First time since launching the war against Iran, the AP's Sandra Magani has
It lasted nearly 90 minutes behind closed doors at the White House. The sit-down came with both leaders under growing pressure at home. The president's facing calls to end an unpopular war. Netanyahu is up for re-election and facing strains in a hot and cold relationship. Hours earlier, the president revealed some tensions, telling Fox and Friends he was not happy with reports Netanyahu planned to discuss intelligence about a potential Iranian nuclear site.
Why didn't you just tell it to me? Why do you have to announce it to the world?
Israeli UN Ambassador Danny Danon sought to downplay any tensions.
We are grateful for our deep partnership with the U.S.
The White House says the meeting was positive and productive without giving any details. Sandra Magani, Washington.
The White House also says President Trump and Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky had a good meeting. They discussed Ukraine's producing its own weapons in the war with Russia. Netanyahu and Zelensky are in Washington for the funeral for South Carolina Senator Lindsey Graham. At the Capitol, Senate Majority Leader John Thune said no one took his job more seriously than Lindsey Graham, but also no one was more capable of cracking up a room.
Rest in peace, my friends. I look forward to the goals. Make us all laugh again.
Graham's funeral is today at Washington's National Cathedral. Iran publicly hanged 2 men convicted of killing 4 police officers during nationwide anti-government protests. Florida carried out the first of 2 executions planned in a single day. This is AP News. A 7.1 quake shook Japan's Kyushu Island.
The second floor of the Aeon Mall shopping center in Kitsubitai collapsed in the quake, trapping an unknown number of people. Around 20 to 30 employees were missing, while several other people were dug out and taken to a hospital. Kyoto News Agency reports Shinkansen bullet trains and local trains to Kyoto were suspended for safety checks, and the runway at Asphalt Noto Airport is closed, with no prospect of resuming operations. According to a notice on the airport's website, there were no further details. The Japanese Defense Ministry says it's dispatched aircraft to the area to assess the situation. The affected area is around 540 miles southwest of Tokyo. I'm Charles for the Desmond.
An amateur cricket match in England has become a viral sensation over allegations of cheating. The video claims to show a fielder clicking his fingers to imitate the sound of a bat connecting with the ball. I'm Ed Donahue, AP News.
The road to Adelaide continues. This time, we sit down with Republican candidates. Vice Speaker Tom Adams and E.J. Calvo catch a full conversation that took place on May 5th on the Wave 105 YouTube channel. Stay informed and hear their visions for Guam's future. Wave 105 is a glimpse of Guam radio station.
When Guam is not heard in Washington, our families pay the price. We pay it in higher costs, in housing that feels out of reach, and food assistance put at risk, and our Manamco and neighbors with disabilities still waiting for benefits they've earned. Mary Camacho Torres is running to change that. She'll fight to lower costs, deliver fairness for our veterans and downwind communities, and make sure Guam finally has a voice that's heard. This election, vote Mary Camacho Torres for Congress, number 1 on the ballot. I'm Mary Camacho Torres, and I approve this message. Paid for by the Torres for Congress Committee.
When I look at Guam, I see the foundation we're building for the next generation. That's why, as your senator, I've worked to get new and emerging industries off the ground. These include laws that allow for small enterprises like cottage businesses, home kitchen catering, medicinal cannabis, bed and breakfast, all the way to industrial scale businesses such as cruise liners, transshipment, Guam-based filmmaking, and more to take root here. All of these efforts are to nurture the God-given talent of our people, create jobs, and by extension, expand our tax base in order to provide valuable government services. I'm Tina Rosamund Navarro, and I've spent my life building for Guam, and I'm ready to lead our next chapter. Let's keep building together.
I'm Zach Tenorio.
And I'm Tina, and we approve this message.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome back to the Wave 105 FM. We're going to go ahead and hit the streets right now. This will be your first look at the traffic report. It is being brought to you by Guam Auto Spots, and you could schedule a test drive. Just give us a call by 478 Auto, or if you'd like to look at our inventory, you may also check out our website. That's going to be GuamAutospot.com. 37 minutes after 6 o'clock this morning for our friends getting around the northern end of the island. It looks like traffic is moving nicely. We got a few hot pockets this morning in Juneau. That's going to be coming around the main gate of Anderson Air Force Base. We got some north and southbound there. Coming around Our Lady of Lifton Catholic Church, as well as the Juneau Mayor's Office. Some delay there north as well as southbound moving up. And it looks like traffic is moving nicely along East Sandstone Road. No delays there. Coming around a Steamboat, getting in and out of Camp Blanche. This one you will find a little delay on that side. Back to school orientation is also happening this morning, so you will find students and parents of both Simon Sanchez High School, GW, and a Steamboat on the streets of Guam this morning. So just prepare yourselves for some traffic this morning. Let's continue to keep our eyes on the roads. Make sure you're not texting and driving. And remember, Guam, seatbelts are sexy. Let's get our kids strapped in the proper booster and car seats. Allow some braking distance between yourselves and the vehicle in front of you, and we should all be able to have a safe once and once. This is a traffic report right here on the Wave 105 FM. Again, Guam, it's all being brought to you by our friends at Guam Auto Spot.
Off the day again, you ready to actually enjoy your lunch break today? Gather the office crew and head over to Ganya Shopping Center for a proper sit-down lunch. Treat yourself to the best fish and rolls and sushi rock, nostalgic burgers and floats at Freezing Co., or a legendary mountain of pasta at Capricciosa. Bringing something classic, sit down and fill up with Panda Express, Lundy's, Robot Kitchen, or Pizza Hut. Easy parking right in the heart of town and choices for every budget. Sit down, relax, and eat big today at a Spanish Shopping Center.
The biggest qualities that I think is still necessary for a governor to choose and a lieutenant governor is the teamwork, loyalty, hardworking. These are all words that describe Tina. She really does have a true passion and a heart and a responsibility for others. There's so many people that are depending on you for their livelihoods, either directly or indirectly. And having somebody that actually cares about people, that doesn't look at them as numbers, that cares and understands the value of hard work, that's where Tina Barnstein is, and that's why she's such an excellent partner for me. Tina has my back, and I have her back.
And I'm Tina, and we approve this message.
Eat fresh in just a few clicks. Order online at SubwayPacific.com for pickup or delivery. Online ordering at SubwayPacific.com is powered by Good to Go. We deliver. At Subway, you got to refresh to be fresh.
It all connects. The girl who walks for hours to bring home the family's water, the school she can't attend most days, the breakfast she didn't have, the rain that hasn't fallen in months, the danger around the next bend, her little brother's better laugh, her mother's hug, her dreams of being a teacher, an engineer, and a mayor. All the reasons life is both so hard and so beautiful. It all connects. But so do we, for children's sakes. At Child Fund, we connect through everything we do, together, so every child can grow up healthy, educated, and safe. Because we need each other. Learn more at childfund.org.
Housing costs are high everywhere. Rent is higher, home ownership feels farther away, and too many families are asking, can we afford to stay on Guam? But the dream is simple, a place of your own, a home where your children can grow up right here on Guam. Just years ago, Guam wasn't in a position to build. Guam's finances were on the brink, until we stabilized. We restored fiscal credibility, and we secured the resources to act. Because of that work, hundreds of homes have been built, and hundreds more are on the way, including housing for working and middle-income families. For young families starting out, housing is about building safe communities and supporting families right here at home. Together, we're building a better Guam for everyone to grow and learn. I'm Josh Tenorio.
And I'm Tina, and we approve this message.
As a parent, you said you'd never give up a convertible. You said you'd never stop listening to your music. You said you'd never schedule your life around this stuffed animal.
Nobody. One is still a daycare.
You said you'd never give in to demand.
Kids meals. And a chocolate cake.
And never put them in harm's way.
Right back.
But never happened. And no amount of time is okay to leave your child in the car by themselves. Temperatures as low as 60 degrees can be deadly for children left behind. So always bring them with you every time you park the car. Stop, look, lock. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Stay home home. Take the time. Real working, real joy, right here at home.
It's the wrong one. No, it was the song, but yeah. Okay. No. I mean, you got the right.
It was a Toy Story song that you were saying. It was a Toy Story song.
Oh, that's right. And I didn't catch that one. I didn't catch you right. I didn't know what Toy Story was.
You are my friend. Be my friend. Something.
That's Randy Newman. That's the weird thing. I got a friend in you.
Yeah, that's the one. Okay, I thought that was a Toy Story.
I don't know what Carly Simon had to do with that song.
Okay, never mind.
Okay, we're just moving on because we're going to get stuck in this loop.
Say no to cannabis.
It'll ruin your life. Now you're going to sound like me. You've got enough stuff to think about today. It's 6:40, it's 6:46, and we're going to welcome Polly Suber into this conversation. Hey, Polly, good morning. How did you do? I saw the photos last night of your performance in front of the Pacific Association of Radiation Survivors. Lots to unpack there, huh?
Yeah, they did a great job of putting together that form. It's not easy to put something like that. It's not easy to curate questions, right? And so they focused all around RICA and the fact that Guam has continued to be left out, and this is a fight that Pacific Association for Radiation Survivors wants to continue, and they are barking up the right tree. They definitely need that leadership. They need somebody in Congress that will advocate not just for this association, but for all of the people that have been affected by cancer due to the downwind.
Yeah. The fallout from all of that.
Right.
Yeah. It's so you don't have to opine if you don't want to, but the three candidates, I mean, James Women's probably been dealing with this longer than the other two candidates because he's actually in Congress. What was your take on staying with his strategy of getting this to the people who need to hear it versus, Mary and Alicia? They're both newcomers into the cycle. So does this issue stand alone because enough foundation has been laid with the other states in collaboration that either one of these ladies could step in and pick up the ball?
In the closing remarks, I think a lot of people, I'm not going to say, it definitely got my attention. All three, I believe, understand the plight, right? All three have been having these conversations with parties. They started out talking about, how we need to argue and advocate more. And so, obviously, Congressman Jim Moylan is the incumbent. And he has said, it has been a challenge. This is Congresswoman Madeline Bergalio, Dr. Robert Underwood as well, who was there last night. They have also been fighting to get the RICA, and it gets removed. And so Congressman Jim Moylan said, you need to trust, you need to follow a sergeant, not a private. And Senator Mary Torres definitely took offense to that, right? Because she, when it was her time to talk, she said, "I'm not a private. I know what I have been doing as a senator, and then just as an advocate as well." And so all three of them talked about the work that they're doing, even whether they're congresswomen or not, or whether they're in their office or not.
Yeah. That you don't have to necessarily be in the front row to not know what's happening at the back of the stadium. Okay.
Right.
Yeah, I get it.
And it is live, so people, I just really want to highlight how well PARS did, how they came together. They had many meetings, and they worked well with the University of Guam class, the class of liberal arts and social sciences, right, to get this thing to happen last night, and all three attended. All three candidates attended.
Yeah, that's good to know. Well, on the other side of town, there was some tussle going on in the legislature, and then a barrage of news releases and responses that were coming out. And the last one I saw was absolutely disappointed that the legislature's not going to take up the special bill until next week, Tuesday. So, your thoughts on that?
Well, we now know that they did receive, the federal government did provide the money to public health. However, there's about $7.6 million that they still need to pay child care centers, right? And that money is going to cover the remaining unpaid June invoices, July, August, and September.
Mm-hmm.
So, now there's this concern, or basically, I saw Teresa Ariola, the director, right? So can you amend the bill then? Can you amend the bill so we can at least get the $7.6 million to the providers and pay them? And so Speaker was saying that he's concerned about the bill's wording. And the bill was written very narrowly using a word like solely. And it's at the very end. And so he doesn't want the bill's language to, in his words, handcuff the department. And so when I saw the release from Senator Chris Duenas, I'm like, okay, that's why they need to go back to the drawing board. They need to go back and work with the administration. And it's their bill, it's the governor's bill, and, address some of the wording. And then you saw, I'm sure you saw the governor's release later last night, too, saying, now you heard Teresa Ariola, the director, say that, can't you just amend the bill? And so she's in front of them saying this is what she needs now, just the $7.6 million to assist for the remaining months, June, July, August, to get them to the next fiscal year. But also the concern, too, is we're always going to be shortchanged now. And even Senator Therese Tarai asked, well, what's the plan in the next fiscal year and the fiscal year after that? And so you're not going to get the full coverage every year. There's always going to be money that we're going to have to pull from the general coffers to pay. And so there's a difference of opinion, too, or maybe there's not. I don't know. The Republicans aren't very straightforward in saying, yes, we want more people under this child care program, or more people to receive these funds, because before COVID, not everybody qualified, right, to get child care for, have their children go to these child care centers and then get the block grant, right? Mm-hmm. However, there was so much money that was coming in through COVID, and the administration actually said, you know what, you're all frontliners. This is a health emergency. And so if you have children in a certain age, there was a whole campaign. I remember at the Micronesia Mall, getting people into the program. And so they extended it further, saying, now it's Typhoon Mawar. So Typhoon Mawar further caused a health emergency. But then there was things, we're normalizing. Typhoon Mawar is, we're out of that. And public health even put out releases saying, you no longer qualify if you don't meet the tax threshold. Yeah. And so you will be dropped from the rolls. And I remember getting phone calls from people like, why? All this time, we were able to put our child in the federal government, or this program, through public health, was giving us subsidies to put our children in child care. And so we depended on that. But that message was coming out from public health because, again, they're saying, listen, we're no longer in a public emergency. Yep. But now, through this recent session, senators like Senator Chris Barnett and Senator Therese Tarai are saying, you know what, it does make sense to put at least first responders back on to these roles. And so Senator Therese Tarai is asking Teresa Ariola, sorry. Mm-hmm. Actually, sorry, it's Sabina Perez. Sorry, there's allergies, right? well, how much is it going to cost to do this whole program and then get reimbursed? And that's when Teresa Ariola says that's probably going to be our best option moving forward. I don't know when these monies are going to come from the federal government. There's so much uncertainty with the Trump administration, right? And a lot of it even points to places like Ohio where so many, where the Trump administration called out so many child care development centers there that they say were abusing the program.
Oh, and yeah, was it Ohio? That was the place where they had
where the governor was running for vice president, right?
Yeah, the Somali, is that the whole Somali situation? Was that
Yes. And so that's politicized too in so many ways.
Yeah.
Right? And so it has affected our child care programs here and the delays in money. And this is not new because there are meetings that are on record that I was able to even listen to that go back to, they're talking about not being paid since November.
Yeah.
You know, and so this has been ongoing. And so, Teresa Ariola was telling the legislature yesterday through the back and forth with Sabina Perez is like, there's too much uncertainty. That even the partners that they work with don't want to give us an answer because they don't want to be wrong. And so what could help is that we, moving forward, pay it up front to pay these child care providers, what they're doing through this program, paying for these children that are part of the program, and then we get reimbursed and the money comes back. And so, there needs to be, Secretary Soraya says that we need to put that plan on paper. We need to better understand how this administration plans to, or not this administration, this agency plans to continue to facilitate the program. The problem was there were administrators on leave, and so they had a acting administrator trying to respond to a lot of the questions, and yet she's not even in this agency. She's not the administrator of the facility of this program. And that kind of also made a lot of, there still are questions not answered. And then we also have the airport, and how much money does the airport really need? There's still that uncertainty, and that's why when I saw Senator Chris Bringus say we're going to have to recess and it won't be till Tuesday, there still are a lot of questions that need to be answered.
So do you think that it was the right decision to sort of delay it until next week Tuesday, or was is the sense that you get with the governor's on her side saying, listen, we gave you all the information, I know what the problem is. Do you think that
how can we give them all the answers? The administrators on leave.
Yeah. Well, we will pick it up on next week Tuesday, and I think that probably there wouldn't be so much pressure, maybe to because the election the primary will be over, and by that point, you're going to be who you're going to be dealing with in the next cycle of this election. I just kind of pivot because I know that we got to get to the AP News, but I want to address. I know that I've listened to your program in the afternoon, especially on Monday when that whole thing came down about Joe Menno, and now it's moved into a different type of ground, and more and more people, the tempers have settled a bit, but the trajectory toward making sure that people don't vote for Josh and Tina based on this event that took place on Sunday. Whether it's fair or unfair, it really doesn't make any difference at this point because it's now on a runaway train. This is par for the course in an election. The timing of this, was something that your opposition was probably praying for, right? Like somebody have a faux pas so that we can launch into an entire campaign right before the election, primary election. But you've been around for a long time. You've seen elections come and go. I just wanted to find out from your perspective, is this a make or break for Josh and Tina?
I don't think it's make or break. I think people have decided already. You have people that are, you're not one to change their mind. But there are still quite a few undecided. And, people don't turn out to vote like I remember as a kid when everybody was proud of the numbers. Not so much this time. So all of the undecided still have an opportunity to shift it one way or another, for sure.
Yeah. Well, I certainly am looking forward to Saturday and finding out who we are weeding out and who we're going to be listening to deeply over the next several months until we get to the general election. But, still a really exciting time. These forums, I think we've seen the last of them, maybe unless you know of any ones that are going to be taking place. The one last night with the Filipino community forum was another really big one because that's a huge voter base for these candidates. All right, Polly, good to talk to you, man. Thanks so much. All right, thank you. I'm also sorry to interrupt his morning sleep. Because he was doing that event last night after working a full day, so there's that. Listen, we're going to hit that AP News right now, get some of that traffic in you, some weather coming up as well here on Mornings with Patti. We are KGUM-FM and Debbie Dobron.
AP News. I'm Ed Donahue. It was a force of nature, and I will miss him greatly. President Trump says Senator Lindsey Graham was a man who gave America the full measure of his good and mighty heart. The president spoke at Graham's funeral at Washington's National Cathedral.
He was the first person to make you laugh, and one of the last people that you really ever wanted to fight. These were the traits that made him into one of the great figures in Senate history.
Graham died suddenly earlier this month.
He never saw a war that he didn't like. Only his true friends would understand that, but he wanted it for the good of our country. He felt in his bones that our destiny is to win, and that his job was to do everything he could to ensure our enemies would lose.
This is the start of 2 days of services for Graham, with burial tomorrow in his home state of South Carolina. Newly released audio disclosed by a conservative group appears to show Joe Biden sharing classified information with a biographer.
Sometimes claiming memory lapses during interviews that occurred before his election to the presidency in 2020. As Biden pores over his notes in one heavily redacted October 2016 interview, he's heard saying, as he is presumably talking about sensitive foreign policy matters. In one 2017 session, Biden appeared to admit retaining classified information from his time as vice president. The audio was released by the Oversight Project after Biden lost his legal right to keep it private. A Biden spokesman blasted the release as politically motivated. I'm Richard Dwyer.
The conference board says confidence in the economy fell this month as gas prices rise and the Iran war goes on. This is AP News. A shakeup in Afghanistan.
Gunmen killed a high-ranking local Taliban official in Afghanistan's northwestern province of Badakhshan in a rare targeted killing in the country. Two gunmen shot Zabihullah Amiri, Badakhshan's director of information and culture, as he headed from a local district to the provincial capital, the information ministry says. Targeted killings of high-ranking Taliban have been rare since they seized power in Afghanistan in 2021. In December 2024, the country's refugee minister, Tahir Haqqani, was killed in a suicide bombing in the capital, Kabul. Haqqani was the uncle of Interior Minister Sirajullah Haqqani.
Ugandan authorities declared the country free of Ebola after the last patient was discharged in mid-June. The outbreak was linked to a larger one in eastern Congo. The first cases in Uganda were Congolese people seeking treatment. I'm Ed Donahue, AP News.
You're listening to Mornings with Patti, where the conversation belongs to everyone.
The daily Guam, this is Paul Spanko with the Area National Weather Service. Mainly isolated showers through Friday will begin to build Saturday as a monsoon surge builds into the area. This will bring breezy conditions Sunday and Monday with windy conditions Tuesday. Rise will most likely rise accordingly. Small traffic accident conditions are likely, and gale conditions are possible, along with wind advisory. The latest weather information is always available at www.weather.gov/GUM.
Good morning, everyone. Patti, and welcome back. It's Mornings with Patti. This is the Wave 105 FM. You have 5 minutes after 7 o'clock in the morning. It's a Wednesday, July 29th, streaming online at thewave105.com, as well as our YouTube channel. That's Wave 105.1 FM Guam. And the show this morning is being brought to you by our friends at Subway. Eat fresh in just a few clicks. Order online at subwaypacific.com for picture convenience or for delivery right at your doorstep. Online ordering at subwaypacific.com is powered by Good to Go Eat and Deliver at Subway. You gotta refresh to be fresh. Bank Pacific, where others place branches, we place roots. Visit bankpacific.com today. GTA, we start with you. Mobile gas stations turn every fuel stop into rewards with Mobile Smiles. Download the app today for exclusive offers and fast rewards at the pump. Mobile Smiles, fuel up and save. Take Care Insurance Company, our island, your health plan. Celebrate Liberation with Triple J Ford Liberation Celebration. Prices below dealer cost, thousands off retail, and F-150 starting at just $39,995. Visit Triple J Ford today. Customers first. Shop, dine, and relax at the Agania Shopping Center, your destination for food, fun, and local favorites all year long. Tax, fencing, and detailing for all your special interior cleaning. Call 483-7522. Code 1 Storage and Tactical Shop for public safety and everyday gear. Serving Guam since 1999. Shop 511 Tactical and Condor Outdoor. Plus, Skillco Footwear. Stop by Code 1 Store today. And Chili's Grill and Bar. More life, great food, and memories happen here. Good morning, Guam, and welcome back. It's Mornings with Patti right here on the Wave 105 FM.
We're looking back at a wild 19th century status symbol today to uncover the high society history that reshaped the animal kingdom. Welcome to the National Day Spotlight for July 29th.
During the 19th century, wild tigers became the absolute ultimate currency of high society political power among wealthy European royalty, which deeply highlights the crucial historic urgency celebrated on International Tiger Day. Power-hungry monarchs launched dangerous, multi-year expeditions into remote areas of India and Southeast Asia to capture these living apex predators, smuggling them back across vast oceans in custom wood crates aboard crowded steamships. Their highly competitive, exotic animal overgrowth systematically decimated vulnerable wild populations and nearly drove the entire species to absolute extinction long before modern global wildlife protection networks were ever officially established to save them.
It's pretty sad that they almost wiped those tigers out.
Yep.
And now we have them in zoos all over. We have one right next door at our zoo.
That's pretty cool, actually.
It really is, but you know what? I'm really glad we can see it at the zoo and not have to have it in our house. We're also celebrating National Chicken Wing Day and National Lipstick Day. I'm Alice Holmson.
And I'm Lalo Anderson with the National Day calendar, reminding you to celebrate every day.
If you're looking for world-class website hosting at a fair price, Pair Networks is your best choice. Founded in the early days of the web and still going strong today, Pair Networks now hosts over 150,000 websites for its demanding customers worldwide. Setting the standards for excellence, Pair Networks has a technical and support staff that's second to none. A highly stable company with top-of-the-line technology, Pair Networks offers total reliability and flexibility for your website, and even a money-back guarantee. Whether you're a professional web designer or a beginner just getting your site online, Pair Networks has a web hosting plan that's right for you. Make the move today. Log on and learn more at pair.com. That's PAIR.com. Pair Networks. World-class web hosting at a fair price. Visit us at pair.com. Pair Networks.
Military officer, law enforcer, policymaker. Service has been the cornerstone of Congressman James Moylan's life. James Moylan swore to protect America as an officer of the United States Army. As a parole officer, James worked with families affected by substance abuse and domestic violence. He was elected to the 35th and 36th Guam legislatures, and now James Moylan represents Guam's needs in our nation's capital as a member of the United States Congress. Congressman Moylan has fought for more than $3 billion for Guam, including almost $1 billion in military construction and roads, and law enforcement and first responder vehicles and equipment. Moylan is also working vigorously on standing up a regional office right here on Guam, a game changer for our 25,000 plus veterans. 40 years, 4 hopes. Dedicated, resilient, trustworthy, and proven. That's James Moylan. Re-elect James Moylan for Congress. Moylan works.
I'm James Moylan, a candidate for Congress, and I approve this message.
Paid for by James Moylan for Congress. David L. Camacho, Treasurer.
Guam Demolition Day 2024 Demolition Celebration. We're clearing out inventory with prices below 2 tons and thousands off retail on your favorite Ford vehicles. Drive home or import it. Starting at just $89.95. Get behind the wheel of a Ford Mustang selling at $36.95. Or Saturday Day on the Explorer, Purple Sport, Nation, and Maverick. The roads all stop right there. Visit 2024 and our team out today as a free and shop online at TotalGuam.com.
When I look at Guam, I see the foundation we're building for the next generation. That's why, as your senator, I've worked to get new and emerging industries off the ground. These include laws that allow for small enterprises like cottage businesses, home kitchen catering, medicinal cannabis, bed and breakfast, all the way to industrial scale businesses such as cruise liners, transshipment, Guam-based filmmaking, and more to take root here. All of these efforts are to nurture the God-given talent of our people, create jobs, and by extension, expand our tax base in order to provide valuable government services. I'm Tina Rosemary Barnes, and I've spent my life building for Guam, and I'm ready to lead our next chapter. Let's keep building together.
I'm Josh Tenorio.
And I'm Tina, and we approve this message.
All right, everyone, welcome back. It's 11 minutes after 7 o'clock on a hot day Wednesday. Welcome back to the show. We're going to go ahead and hit the streets right now for your second look at the traffic report. It is being brought to you by Guam Auto Spot, and you can schedule a test drive by calling 478 Auto, or if you'd like to look at our inventory, you may also visit our website if you head to GuamAutospot.com. All right, friends, we're going to look around Route 4 this morning. That's going to be along the southern end of the island, getting around Malaki and Malala this morning, up and around Epan, Telefoco, Windward Hills, or moving around Dortmund, California. Looks like traffic is moving nice into the Oregon, as well as our friends up and around Shenandoah, getting around Augusta this morning. Will be done with hitting Route 1 this morning, up and around Ashland, as well as Speedy. Traffic is moving nicely through there. A little delay at the main gate of the naval base this morning, but aside from that, it looks like the traffic is light still, ground workers anywhere that need to be. Not taking your best stuff. Let's just keep our eyes on the roads, make sure we're not texting and driving, and remember, everyone, seatbelts are sexy. Now let's get our kids trapped in the proper booster and car seats. Also, don't forget the Guam Department of Education has announced the official orientation schedule. It is out for this upcoming school year, welcoming all the new and returning students and their families back to the campuses across Guam. We do have GW student Simon Sanchez, as well as a Steamboat Middle School orientation this morning. So just a heads up on that. So traffic will be building up around those areas. It's about 13 minutes after 7 o'clock. Keep the traffic report right here on the wave of 105 FM. And it's all being brought to you by Guam Auto Spot.
Today, it's Amanda Shelton. I'm ready to serve you again in the legislature. On August 1st, choose proven leadership so we can continue to build a stronger Guam together. I humbly ask for your vote. Amanda Shelton, number 6 Democrat.
Johnny Cool-Forrest, Treasurer.
As Guam recovers from Super Typhoon Gabi, GTA is here to help you stay connected and keep you moving. For limited time, get $400 off any new premium smartphone with eligible brands. Or bring your own phone to GTA and receive up to $300 in account credits. And support your recovery, you'll also receive a free $100 Focus Fuel Gas card. So don't forget to get out. Visit any GTA retail store today. GTA, we start with you.
Hungry, need gas, mobile gas covered. Now through July 31st, Mobile Smiles app members can enjoy a free 6-inch Subway sandwich with Answer one more time for $30 cash at any Guam mobile station. Available exclusively on the mobile app. It's an easy program. Roll up, overdraft, and enjoy the rewards. Not a matter yet. Pick up a mobile cloud card at any mobile location. Register for gifts. Mobile and Subway, a great deal for the summer. See store for details. Today, Guam. The Guam Hotel and Restaurant Association invites you to the Fair State Live Premier Hospitality and Food Service event. Join us August 19th and 20th at the Holiday Regency Lodge from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. Experience hands-on training sessions and exciting culinary competitions, featuring professionals, apprentices, and pastry chefs. Discover new products, connect with suppliers, and serve the Guam hospitality industry. Phyllis Fair 2026. Visit GHRA.org for details.
What do world champion martial artists Brandon Vera and DJ Jackson have in common with jazz great Patrick Palomo? They all teach Mount Carmel Academy Charter School students. Mount Carmel is now a charter school serving the entire island of Guam. Voted Guam's best school, and it's tuition-free. We begin our 70th year of educating the complete child. Register today. Call 565-5128.
Road to Adelaide. This time we spoke with Democrat Senator Corbett Select, Senator Stephen Penn. Here is your opportunity to hear how they plan to govern the world. Watch the conversation on the 105 YouTube channel. Midday 1 This is a glimpse of Guam radio station.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the show hosts, guests, and callers, and do not necessarily reflect the views of the staff or management of Wave 105.1 FM, Glimpses Media, or our partners. We strive to provide quality, respectful, and engaging content, and we welcome you to participate in the conversation. Thank you for tuning in to Wave 105.1 FM. Enjoy the show.
I know, you're playing that. Is my dialing? It's like my last music? Okay, just checking. What is it? Like, what's going on? Definitely. He's from Brazil.
Okay, see, boom!
Yeah, he's from Brazil.
That works, all right.
Well, you're good.
I'm good.
You're right. Well, thanks for that. That's an oldie but goodie. That always gets me, like, I have, like, many, many great memories of playing that at the bottom of the hour. Yeah. Thanks for that, Guy. It is 7:18, and let's head over to our 6 and 6 connection, and that would be Tyler Mortero joining us on the line. Hey, Tyler, good morning.
Hi, good morning, Patty. Thanks for having me on.
Oh, it's my pleasure. It's my pleasure. Let's talk. What's going on?
Yeah, so we just wanted to give the announcement. First and foremost, thank you to everyone that has visited the 6 and 6 Housing Recovery Application Center at the Daniel Shopping Center. We're calling it HRAC for short. You know, I think something with the program is there are a lot of abbreviations around titles. So I'm going to be calling it the HRAC.
Okay.
So we wanted to give the notice to everyone that we are on the final days of the HRAC Center. And what that is, it's the computer lab that we have at the Daniel Shopping Center, located where the old GameStop used to be on the second floor.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a facility where people that need access to reliable internet and computers and scanning equipment are able to come and visit and create their online application, upload documents, and then we also have our team that is able to help assist with the application process. So we want to encourage anyone that might not have, those necessary resources on hand to come and visit us in the final days. It's open from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. And walk-ins are welcome. You don't need to schedule an appointment, but we do have the final check-ins accepted at 2 p.m.
Okay. This program, again, is to assist people who have had their homes caused by, was it Maywar?
Yes, absolutely. Yes, this is more so catered for the Good and the Malik program, and yes, this is to help eligible homeowners who have had damage or their homes completely destroyed from Typhoon Mawar. So it helps with financial assistance. And we do want to remind people this is the last form of recovery aid to Guam. These are community development block grant disaster recovery. So these are HUD funds. These are not funds that we get as an annual allotment to Guam. This is specifically for when there's been a presidentially declared disaster. So it's the last line of recovery aid. So please, we encourage everyone that might still be recovering from the storm. If you are a homeowner, please apply for the program. And you can see the application form on our website, guamcdbgdr.org. Easiest way to find it is to just Google Fix in Fix.
There are eligibility requirements, and those requirements are pretty stringent because this is a federal program. Again, this is not FEMA. This is done by the Housing and Urban Development, so this agency, and that's so these federal grants are used specifically for this. Can you run down the eligibility again, Tyler? Because I want to make sure that people who are not sure they qualify or are eligible know exactly what is in store if they are and they didn't know it.
Absolutely. So for the Good and the Malik program, this is specific to homeowners. So you cannot be a tenant and you cannot be leasing property. This has to be the home of the homeowner that was staying there during the time of Typhoon Mawar and is still staying there during the present day. So, of course, there are documents that will be asked to be presented, things like proof of title or deed, proof that you were staying in the home during the time of Mawar, whether that's a utility bill, some form of insurance that you're able to provide. And the whole list is on our website. And yes, you're right, it is a very detailed list, but that list and this whole process is to make sure that the homeowners are protected and, of course, to make sure Guam is protected, because the last thing you want is to end up owing all that money back to the federal government. And yes, there is also the requirement with the CDBG-DDR funding. 70% of the funds that we receive are to benefit low to moderate income households. And we have a chart of that, of what the income limits are for 2026. That's on our website as well. However, that does not mean that if you are not within the income limit that you will automatically be disqualified. That just means that, because we have that 70% HUD requirement, we will be prioritizing those income brackets a bit more, but then the money will be able to go to other eligible homeowners. So we want to encourage everyone, regardless of whether or not you are sure if you qualify, including those who believe their household income may exceed the program limits, if you have outstanding damage to your home, and if you're the legal homeowner, please apply for the program. This is money that is not just going to help repair your home, but the number one priority of these funds is to help harden the home for the next storm.
Okay, this is like mitigation. It's not necessarily repairs to a home as much as it is mitigation?
It's both. So the Good and the Malik program specifically is going to be rolled out in two phases. So right now we're focusing on what are the cases that need repair. And then once that is finished, we're going to look at the homes that were completely destroyed. But part of that too is not just, we're going to fix up a patch here and there. Like you said, part of it is mitigation. We want to make sure that the home is not just repaired, but it's able to withstand the next storm. And fingers crossed that that's not anytime soon.
Yeah, thank you for saying that. Now, if a So I'm going to ask you the most brilliant question of my entire career, and I completely forgot it. If the homeowner received like insurance funds or limited insurance coverage, or they were received any kind of aid from FEMA during that time, does that add? I mean, how is that added into the final figure that they may get in assistance from 66?
Right. So that is something that the team also looks at. If you have any, if you're able to provide documentation that you have FEMA assistance or SBA, anything like that, people are encouraged to also turn those in as well. That also does not mean that you are disqualified from the program. That just helps the team in evaluating where that ranks in terms of eligibility. But again, it does not mean that you won't be qualified to receive aid from the program. We just encourage people to help provide as much documentation as you can so that they can fully understand the situation. And I want to encourage everyone too, if you have any questions regarding the Boom and Amount program, you can email housing-dr, that's disaster recovery, at GORA.org. Again, that's housing-dr at GORA.org.
Well, I really appreciate this. I do need to know what the stats have shown so far, the number of people. Have you reached that 70% threshold of people who are falling that more needier sort of, I hate to say needy, but more consideration because they are of a low income as opposed to low to moderate before you've opened it up to those who fall under a different category?
So applications are currently being processed, and yes, we have had many inquiries about when these funds are going to start getting dispersed. That's not going to start happening until the program, the Boom and Amount program, has officially closed, because during this time, the team is starting to look through all the applicants, and I want to say we have almost 500 applicants just for this one program. So, and over almost 300 visitors to the HRAC. So, people are showing that they do need this aid, and they're taking the time to fill out that application. And, it does take a bit of time, but again, it's to protect the homeowner at the end of the day. We have not started giving out the funds yet. Again, this is a lot of the applications are currently under review, so we have not awarded those funds yet.
But you're waiting for the I'm sorry, you meant that you're waiting for the program to end before dispersing any funds. But people who have been approved know that they've been approved, and it's just a matter of when the program ends that they'll actually receive the funds.
I'm sorry, recorrect that. Not when the program ends, when the portal closes. So, yes, they have their application, their account that they have to create on our website. And this is the really cool thing about the online portal, is that you're able to see the status of your application in real time. And our team is very hands-on at communicating with any applicants that maybe they're missing a certain document or a detail, or any applicants that have questions on the status of their application. Our team is very responsive, but also, again, that application portal, it notifies them if they've been awarded. We haven't awarded anyone yet. Again, we are still going through the vetting process of that, but you are able to see where you are in the application process.
Okay. All right. So, in other words, you haven't issued any denial or approval letters until after the portal closes?
Not that I'm aware of. I can check with the team again today on the details of that one.
Yeah, I'm just wondering whether or not people are, that they can check their status, but if they get a letter saying one way or the other that they won't be checking their status anymore, right? Okay. All right, Tyler, I appreciate it. Is there anything else that you want to add before I let you go?
No, that's pretty much it. Again, please come and check out the HVAC Center. It's open until this Friday, July 31st, 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. We're located on the second floor of the Gateway Shopping Center, where the former GameStop used to be. That's also next to the old movie theater. Walk-ins, again, are welcome, with the final check-in expected at 2 p.m. Just because our center is closing does not mean that the Women in Malice program is closing. So the portal will remain open for that. Please apply if you are a homeowner with outstanding damage to your home from Casa Noir. We welcome you to apply for the program.
Always good to talk to you, Tyler. Thank you so much, and we'll probably end up talking to you on Friday. when the program ends, we'd be happy to talk to you again when the portal closes.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for coming back. Have a great day.
Take care. Have a great day. It is the bottom of the hour. We'll go ahead and take a break here, yes? Okay, be right back.
Florida covers from Super Typhoon Bobby. We have you taken out the quick and new game. For a limited time, get $400 off any new premium smartphone with eligible brands. Or, for your own phone to GPA, receive up to $300 in account credit. To support your recovery, you'll also receive a free $100 Signature Fuel gas card. Conditions apply. Visit GPA Retail Store today. GPA, we start with you.
AP News. I'm Donahue. He was a force of nature, and I will miss him greatly.
President Trump says Senator Lindsey Graham was a man who gave America the full measure of his good and mighty heart. The president spoke at Graham's funeral at Washington's National Cathedral.
He was the first person to make you laugh, and one of the last people that you really ever wanted to fight. These were the traits that made him into one of the great figures in Senate history.
Graham died suddenly earlier this month.
Never saw a war that he didn't like. Only his true friends would understand that, but he wanted it for the good of our country. He felt in his bones that our destiny is to win, and that his job was to do everything he could to ensure our enemies would lose.
This is the start of 2 days of services for Graham, with burial tomorrow in his home state of South Carolina. Newly released audio disclosed by a conservative group appears to show Joe Biden sharing classified information with a biographer.
Sometimes claiming memory lapses during interviews that occurred before his election to the presidency in 2020. As Biden pours over his notes in one heavily redacted October 2016 interview, he's heard saying,
"Yeah, no, there's a lot of other notes too, but I mean, this is mine. Everyone
as he is presumably talking about sensitive foreign policy matters. In one 2017 session, Biden appeared to admit retaining classified information from his time as vice president. The audio was released by the Oversight Project after Biden lost his legal right to keep it private. A Biden spokesman blasted the release as politically motivated. I'm Mr. Dwyer.
The Conference Board says confidence in the economy fell this month as gas prices rise and the Iran war goes on. This is AP News. A shakeup in Afghanistan.
Someone killed a high-ranking local Taliban official in Afghanistan's northwestern province of Balochstan in a rare-targeted killing in the country. Two gunmen shot Zabihullah Amiri, Balochstan's director of information and culture, as he headed from a local district to the provincial capital, the Information Ministry states. Targeting killings of high-ranking Taliban have been rare since they seized power in Afghanistan in 2021. In December 2024, the country's refugee minister, Kahil Haqqani, was killed in a suicide bombing in the capital Kabul. Haqqani was the uncle of Interior Minister Sirajullah Haqqani.
Ugandan authorities declared the country free of Ebola after the last patient was discharged in mid-June. The outbreak was linked to a larger one in eastern Congo. The first cases in Uganda were Congolese people seeking treatment. I'm Ed Donahue, AP News.
Bronze Liberation with the Hurricane Ford Liberation Celebration. We're clearing out inventory with prices below dealer price and thousands off retail on your favorite Ford vehicles. Drive home from new Ford every week starting at just $89.95. Behind the wheel of a Ford Mustang starting at $36.95. Or save big on the Explorer, Rapid Sport, Fusion, and Maverick. Don't hurry, last stop must go. Visit Hurricane Ford and all 2 months today for the free instantly. Check online at FordLive.com. Customers first.
The biggest qualities that I think is still necessary for a governor to choose and a lieutenant governor is the teamwork, loyalty, hardworking. These are all words that describe a team. He really does have a true passion and a heart and a responsibility for others. There's so many people that are depending on you for their livelihoods, either directly or indirectly. And having somebody that actually cares about people, that doesn't look at them as numbers, that cares and understands the value of hard work, that's where Tina Barnes comes in. That's why she's such an extra part for me. Tina has my back and I have hers. Josh Tenorio.
And I'm Tina, and we approve this message.
Everyone. All right, Paul, welcome back. Let's go ahead and take care of some business. Your third look at your traffic report for this morning, brought to you by Guam Auto Spot. Schedule a test drive at 478 Auto. Check out our inventory on our website. That's GuamAutospot.com. All right, folks, Gardner traffic is beginning to pick up this morning, getting up and around areas like the Bank of Guam intersection, the Wolfar North, as well as southbound traffic over on that end. The Superior Court of Guam, as well as getting along east and west O'Brien Drive, is beginning to pick up. Looking at East Marine Corps Drive this morning, you've got some north as well as southbound traffic flowing into Jack in the Box into Moon and coming around that Bank Pacific traffic light intersection, the ITC intersection, or for our friends getting up and around Village of Donkey. Traffic around the airport this morning is quite light. We do have a little delay up and around Teton, but that's not too bad. As looking around areas like Hamburger Road or getting through Happy Landing, Lower Dumont traffic is building up, as well as getting around Upper Dumont this morning. Let's keep our eyes on the roads, make sure we're not texting and driving, and remember, Mom, seatbelts are sexy. Let's make sure our seatbelts are fastened and get our kids in the proper booster and car seats. Allow braking distance between yourselves and the vehicle in front of you, and we should all be able to have ourselves a safe Wednesday morning. It's a traffic report right here on the Wave 105 FM, and it's all being brought to you by our friends at Guam Auto Spot.
Military officer, law enforcer, policymaker. Service has been the cornerstone of Congressman James Moylan's life. James Moylan swore to protect America as an officer of the United States Army. As a parole officer, James worked with families affected by substance abuse and domestic violence. He was elected to the 35th and 36th Guam legislatures, and now James Moylan represents Guam's needs in our nation's capital as a member of the United States Congress. Congressman Moylan has fought for more than $3 billion for Guam, including almost $1 billion in military construction and roads, law enforcement and first responder vehicles and equipment. Moylan is also working vigorously on standing up a regional office right here on Guam, a game changer for our 25,000 plus veterans. 40 years, 4 oaths. Dedicated, resilient, trustworthy, and proven. That's James Moylan. Re-elect James Moylan for Congress. Moylan works.
I'm James Moylan, a candidate for Congress, and I approve this message.
Paid for by James Moylan for Congress. David L. Camacho, Treasurer.
Today, it's Amanda Shelton. I'm ready to serve you again in the legislature. On August 1st, choose proven leadership so we can continue to build a stronger Guam together. I humbly ask for your vote. Amanda Shelton, number 6 Democrat.
Johnny Cool Thor's Treasurer.
What do world champion martial artists Brandon Vera and DJ Jackson have in common with jazz great Patrick Colonna? They all teach Mount Carmel Academy Charter School students. Mount Carmel is now a charter school serving the entire island of Guam. Go to Guam's best school, it's tuition free. We begin our 70th year of educating the complete child. Register today. Call 565-5128.
Happy Gas, Mobile Scouts Together. Now on July 31st, Mobile Smiles app members can enjoy a free 60 Subway sandwich with every minimum fill up of $30 gas at any Guam mobile station. Available exclusively on the mobile app. It's an easy download. Roll up, open it up, and enjoy the rewards. Now the member rep, pick up a mobile sandwich from any mobile location and register today. Mobile and Subway, a great deal for the service. See store for details.
The road to outerly continues. This time, we sit down with Republican candidates, Vice Speaker Tony Adams and E.J. Calhoun. Catch the full conversation that took place on May 5th on the Wave 105 YouTube channel. Stay informed and hear their vision for Guam's future. Wave 105 is a glimpse of Guam radio stations. Your iron conversation is simply Wave 105.1 FM, Voices Media.
crazy show. She's playing all my tunes, and I'm like, am I dying? It's just like you were told, like, hey, guys, on her last word. Give her all the songs she needs to make.
No, this is that, when you're walking up to the ballots, on the playlist. You know what I mean? I'll be wild. Staying alive. Give me my pen. You don't do that? No, too much.
I try to go in quietly, just leave quietly without anybody noticing or asking me who I voted for. Now, here's what you need. The loudest noise that you hear inside any polling district, anywhere on Guam, is Rodriguez, Patricia.
That's I say your name.
Oh, bruh, my whole name.
See, you might as well have, bring the whole
orchestra.
Come in with words.
And then the second voice will go Rodriguez, Patricia. And then the third voice will go Rodriguez, Patricia. It's the polling place. It's DEC, then it's the Democrats, and then it's the Republicans.
Why do they announce your name? What is the purpose of announcing?
Just so that the people who are keeping track of the voters that are coming in the parties know that you've checked in.
Ah, okay.
It's like a bullhorn. I'm like, we're in a small population here. Do we need to make the announcement?
People announcing my name.
No, they will.
If that's the case, I'm coming in with the music.
Well, you know what? People are going to say if they heard your name, they're like, who's that?
Who's that? No, it's cool, because I'm coming in with my music. I'm coming in, and I'm looking
you
around.
You have music in there.
That's what I'm saying. I'm like, where is
you
the
can't food, you can't have drinks. Oh, the voter rolls are public. You can go to Jim's right now and find out
your name when you walk in. That's all.
Yeah. It's not like
I wouldn't want my name announced when I walk in.
Well, it's a.
Can you ask them not to say your name? Be like, I'm here. Don't say my name. Can you do that?
I suppose you could.
Yeah.
I don't know if anybody actually does.
I would tell them, don't say my name.
Well, unless you have a name like yours.
No, I'm just saying, I don't know.
If somebody's, using your name and saying your name out loud. Like everybody knows that
I want to do my due diligence and get out. Just get in. You know what I mean? I'll keep it slow. Be like, now I got to go and shake hands with people. Be like, you came to vote and you didn't even come and say hi. It's like,
I will tell you there. I will tell you that's never happened to me. I've never had somebody yell out my name and they're like, oh my God, let's go to room 4. No, I mean, the celebrity doesn't count.
Oh, man, I'd be straight lying to them. You know how they have that line when you go in and you see all the waving and all the rallies going on. So I was like, dude, I voted for you, bro. I'd be lying. I will be lying.
You do that. That's one thing they do. They're just going over acting like they lied, acting like they voted, and they're eating all of Sonoma Company. They're voting in the that's how you don't really say this was not voted. Or maybe somebody does if they're really hungry.
No, but tell them. I voted for you, bro. Can I get some shit of I voted for you.
They would give it to you. They would give it to you even if you didn't ask.
That's so ghetto.
Well, no. It's actually hospitality.
It's to be for those that are working in the polls.
Oh, they get first dibs. They're eating all day.
Okay.
They're eating all day. They take care of the polling people. They make sure because they're there long hours. It's a long shift. Once you go,
so which camp has the tomahawk? Because I'll vote for you. Who's got the tomahawk? We're going for the convoys here. What are you guys?
Who's got tomahawk? Okay, one lawyer says announcing is the law. It's meant to offer challenges. Like how?
It's the law. See, Patty's trying to get me locked up. I knew it.
Because you're going to ask him not to say your name.
Not to say my name. That's illegal.
I'm asking what challenges like they're not a voter.
Yeah.
Like that kind of challenge. Or non-residents.
Non-residents. Don't just say your name. You're going in. You're at the school, whatever the school is.
Yeah, but if they're non-residents, how are they going to question if they're non-residents? Like someone's going to yell out, no.
Like, guys, is here.
Can you just call me on the radio, sir?
No,
he's not going to do it. He'd rather have a talk show.
It's interesting. It's cool. Okay.
No, I really want to know why they yell out your name. I thought it was just to let people. I thought maybe it's the teams that are taking advantage of the fact that you're announcing the name out loud. That the teams are like, okay, they're here, but it's not because
I don't want them to say my name.
Oh, non-residents, you moved to Kamuning and you voted in Santa Monica for family.
No, I see. But wouldn't... Now I'm confused. You got, summer school 5 times. Break it down.
First of all, let me start with not showing up for orientation. Okay, wait a minute. So you moved to Kamuning and then you voted in Santa Monica, right?
Kamuning, Santa Monica.
Okay. So they call out the person's name. because you come in and you present an ID that says that you're, but it doesn't say that you are or not from Sinahanya. For poll watchers to mark off who voted. Okay. All right. So it's for the poll watchers to mark off who voted. But I'm saying that you'll still be able to vote because they do provisional ballots. That if you are not from Mooney, if you are from, then call others who haven't showed up. Okay. Then it is for the one reason for the poll watchers. And the poll watchers are sometimes coming. These poll watchers are also people who are coming from these parties. They represent the party, the Republicans and the Democrats, and they call them up. I mean, they call out the names so they can mark it off their own list that person is there. But I'm saying, excuse me, counsel, I'm not arguing with you. I just want to understand. If you go to the polls, I'm from Mooney, and I do actually go to Sinahanya, and I present my ID, and I will tell them, I'm from here. I want to vote here in Sinahanya. In Sinahanya, I may not be on the list, but I think they're going to have to allow me to vote because they have to allow me to vote anyway. But I guess I'm asking for you.
We're all curious. We're like, look, I just know what my name says. Be like, I'm here. Going to get, 3 sheets of paper, please. Can I have 3 in advance? So y'all
know what? You're just talking to me. Because I've made mistakes, but I haven't made mistakes.
But so now everyone's going to know that I needed 3 sheets of paper. Be like, whoever's in booth number 4, what was their name again?
Jane.
Because they want paper number 3 in the last shot.
If they yell out your government name, no one's going to know who you are. You don't have to worry about your secret is safe with everybody. I could yell out your name now, and no one would know who you were.
Well, no, I'm just saying, if it was a thing for others, content creators.
Oh, they'll talk about you. You know what I'm thinking that the poll workers are going to talk about you? I'm pretty low-key that they're going to talk about you. But they're not going to, professionally, they're not, you're not engaging in, you can be very careful in these poll places, what you say, what you wear. You can't be walking in there with a whole sandwich trying to do all that. It is an official election site, and there are laws about how these conduct, behavior and that sort of thing. You can't be yelling in the hallways. You can't be woo-hooing up for your candidate. You can't be.
So if I'm walking in campaigning inside Roman or walking in, everyone's going to say our names out. I'll be like, Cinnamon here. It's like, that's embarrassing. Frank, go walk on that side.
From room to room, they'll go, heads up on room 5. We got a gang of people that are in here.
They're cheating over there. Okay.
Is that Ben? Hey, Ben, what's up, man?
Good morning, Patti. Like I said, 105.1 is an addictive radio station. I found a way to fix that.
Oh, thanks. Appreciate it. The addiction is real.
I bought me a brand new radio.
Hey, dude, you're old school. I like that.
So one day in the future, man, it's going to be Patti and Dice for governor and lieutenant governor.
You know what? If we were governor and lieutenant governor, or if Dice for governor, me for lieutenant governor, I got to tell you, somebody's got to post bail. We're going to be, this won't go well. Posting bail. We're at the celebration party that night. We're posting bail.
We're going to party every night, and our slogan is going to be, roll the dice, 7-11, 7-11.
Oh, look at you, roll the dice. I've never heard that before.
Sounds like a risky move already.
But I love it.
What was that, Ben? Sorry?
You guys are going to make this island fun to vote in because who running for office, it's going to be an addictive thing again.
Yeah, we're going to have polls. We're going to have open bar.
We are going to have polls.
Considering everybody in the street.
Oh, nobody's going to run against the two of you. I'm guarantee you that.
We will kill them with laughter and kindness. We will have absolutely no contenders. That's our goal.
And a lot of food. Don't forget food.
Oh, bro. I mean, that's the first, we don't even have a platform. We're just wondering what's on the food table. It's like, what do we want to help here? I don't know. What's for lunch?
we'll have lasagna today, and then tomorrow we'll go down to Dusacati.
Now you're talking. I'm treating everybody. Bryce has got the bar. I got the coffee girl. We're in. Sunset poo-poos on us. All funds approved. Let's go.
Anyway, Feliz July is Sabina Harris, the governor, lieutenant governor, and as the church bell goes off, I was just accidentally talking to Paula about the Jiva Church, and that bell goes off, and then the church bell, I go, there you go. The man pulled up the bar was picking weed, woman running, we're walking in. But yeah, man, it is what it is, and this election is going to be right around the corner, and let's just hope the best man and woman wins, and after it's all said and done, we got a lot of fixing to do on this island because it needs to be fixed. Anyway, you guys have a nice morning, and I'll be listening to you. You can rub and you can't hide.
Hey, Ben. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you.
Ben's been calling for years.
You can run, but you can't hide.
Okay, that's right. Well, he's the king of them, by the way. When Jeremy and I, back in the day, we would write down some of the things that he said because they all belong on a T-shirt. We have like a wall of T-shirts with slogans that he's the king of slogans. He takes all of these slogans that we've heard for many, many years, applies them all the time, and we just that needs to be on a bumper sticker. He's a old man right there. Okay. All right, let's get back. Okay, so where were we? We were not running for office. No. We were at the polls and we were behaving ourselves.
Yes.
That's the idea.
So we got no Bee Gees playing in the background, none of that. We're not doing Staying Alive, walking to the polls.
Well, you would be. But I think I forgot what the rules are.
We're not doing none of that. No.
No, I don't think that you can actually like play music and all that stuff. And I think you have to. I think people need to be in it's almost like going to confession. When you die, they just say go to confession. Now you gotta go.
Well, you got all the sample ballots. I mean, it's not rocket science. Go in the bubble, get out like this, really, bro? Like,
listen. Some of us look at the sample ballot and we forget what we wrote. So a lot of people, they come in with their phone. Yeah. And then they have the list already. Yeah. So they're just copy. Yeah, I mean, you should. I mean, you can. But once you get in there, you're like, you're not feeling, no anymore. You still can get your vote. You guys, if you're really that undecided, because there are a lot of people who already know who they're voting.
Right.
Or have already voted in early voting. Yeah. So here's two ways. But they've already voted in early voting and they're kicking themselves now because they decided that they didn't want to vote for that person anymore.
Got it. Okay.
Or you go to the polls and you worked it out with your family, you sat down with all your best friends, and y'all just went through the ballot. You all have this is the reason why up and down you pick all your people. You go to the polls and that's what you're going to do. Mm-hmm. Or you go to the polls and you have the whole conversation about who you're going to vote for. You have the list you want to vote for, and then you go in there and change your mind. That's why you need 3 ballots, because you change your mind, you're like, dang it, and then I go back to so. If you're undecided and you're still standing there freaking out over what you're going to do, people are going to impulsively vote. They're going to remember the last thing they could remember the last thing that was done. You could be pulling into the polling site, right? Okay. And somebody says something wrong to you from the camp, and then you're like, you know what, man? I'm not even going to vote for your guy now because you made me mad.
There's that part. Yeah, okay, you didn't say hi to me.
If you're not, a lot of people, if you're not kissing my butt the entire time that you were campaigning.
Oh, God.
No, I swear, this is the thing. Like, if you're not kissing my butt because you need my vote, and I'm entitled to, get you to do whatever I was that I want you to do for me. You call on every single thing.
I did my part. We gotta have lunch and dinner together. Like I did my part. You go do yours now, okay? Do what I voted for you for, okay? Yeah. Let's go and put that into place. Yeah. All right, so we're gonna take another one. We only got a few more minutes left to go. But yeah, get out and vote, guys. Okay? Yeah. I'm Patty. I just want you to know, like, my adrenaline right now is like Red Bull, Celsius, and all the rest. Like 10 monsters, like, that's where I'm at.
I see.
Right? It's so exciting.
It is exciting.
Right? You know, like, I talk to my friends, and I'm like, dude, I hope you get in. If not, bro, don't. No, I love you, Bob. Regardless. You're a winner in my book. Yeah. And then low-key, I'm like, man, you voters. You didn't vote for my own.
You know, your sad part is that Cerise like free works on Saturday, and normally we all go to the polls together, so my whole 10 o'clock in the morning thing is going to be, that's not going to happen. I guess you have to wait until the
See, even you roll in with your entourage. That's what I'm saying. Don't
we roll 3 deep, man. We roll 3 deep.
See, so when you walk in, it's like, the Arroyos are here.
Yeah, that's kind of how it goes.
That's how it is. Right?
Oh, in my precinct, this is what's happened. It doesn't happen at North.
No, I don't know.
We have a driver people stop. We got a whole red carpet action going on. You got people all the way down, just chewing it on. Walk at the door, they scream my name. Everybody starts chanting. It's just amazing.
I'm usually the last voter. I'm trying to keep it like, guys, you are not from Toronto. Go to your district. Why are you all the way over here? You are not from San Rosita and all that gagging. Go to your village site. Like, fine.
Wherever you're well, their village is actually in Saipan. So guy shows up to voting wrong. Ding, 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 ding. Red flags all over the place.
What are you doing over here? Yeah, but I am going to go and check out the polls, though, because like I said, I got a lot of friends that are in there, you know, candidates, non-candidates, a couple of new guys coming in. So I just want to shake some hands with some people. And,
good for you.
Just wish them luck. At the end of the day, just try to be civil and just wish them luck.
Yeah, election, you know, there are places around the world, there are places where democracy is fought for daily, and that people going to the polls is a violent action. There are countries in this world where democracy isn't as easy as getting up, yawning, walking into a polling place, casting your vote, and getting out alive. You know, I mean, that's just the way it is. And in America, it's become increasingly harder because they're trying to make it increasingly harder for people like me. You know, if I have a married last name and it doesn't show up on my original birth certificate, you're going to have a problem going to the polls under the SAVE Act that Trump is trying to push through Congress. You know, they make it difficult, these polling places. They move the marker so you're no longer allowed to vote in that district. They reappropriate everything, so reapportion everything, reapportion all of these districts so they can knock out the people who are challenging whoever's in that district race. We don't have that. We don't even have district races here. We can tell people our senators say where they live, but it means absolutely nothing because lawmakers who are being voted into office right now, they're not representing a district. It's the whole of Guam. So it doesn't make any difference if you're from Montclair because you're not doing anything from Montclair necessarily, right? So anyway, you know, go in there and just do what you got to do. Whatever that is.
Handle your business.
Handle your business. If you need to listen to Staying Alive on the way in the door, knock yourself out, man. Whatever your drive is.
It helps me fill in the bubbles inside the lines.
I get it. Hey, listen, let's go ahead and take that break, shall we? Okay. We are KGUM-FM in Denny, Guam.
I'm Ed Donahue. President Trump in Washington National Cathedral for the senior senator from South Carolina.
A giant of the United States Senate, a true American original who left us much too soon. And that can only be the one and only Lindsey Graham.
Graham was a close ally of the president. He died suddenly earlier this month.
No matter how heated things got in Washington, virtually everyone, Republican or Democrat, liked Lindsey. Well, not everybody, but it sounds good. Not everybody. He was a tough cookie.
There was an earlier service at the Capitol where the Republican served for more than 30 years. Lindsey Graham will be buried tomorrow in his home state, South Carolina. The White House says meetings went well between President Trump and Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, as well as with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. More on Ukraine from the AP's Sabra Magani.
The closed-door session came weeks after Volodymyr Zelensky scored a coup at a NATO summit, with the president saying Ukraine would get a long-sought license to produce Patriot air defense systems. Zelensky was here in Washington for Lindsey Graham's funeral, which came hours after the president told Fox and Friends Graham was militant about backing Ukraine in the Russia fight.
I mean, Lindsey liked war, to be honest with you, okay? And I said, you're a nice guy. How come you like war so much?
Graham's last official act in office was a visit to Kyiv and GOP senators hope to advance his package of sanctions on nations who buy Russian oil, gas, and other exports. Sagar Meghani, Washington.
Police in Seattle say the 15-year-old arrested in connection with a deadly festival shooting had a ghost gun. More information at apnews.com. This is AP News. The National Weather Service says a tornado that ripped through Wisconsin was on the ground for about 12 miles.
Winnebago County Executive Gordon Heiss spoke at a news conference in Nashville.
The depth of the tornado and its impact still is incredible, devastating, and we're really still in the assessment phase.
Heiss says the timing of the twister may have been fortunate.
With the timing, and that many people may have been at work.
Shelters were opened for displaced residents. Tens of thousands of customers are without power, and a boil water advisory was issued for part of Fox Crossing.
I headed down to the basement with my kitty.
Kathy Zink was among those who took shelter as the storm passed through. She spoke with WBAY.
And when I come up, it's like a war zone here.
I'm Jennifer King.
eBay has agreed to pay nearly $50 million to a Massachusetts couple sent cockroaches and a bloody pig by a former employee. I'm Ed Donahue, AP News.
You're listening to Mornings with Patti, where the conversation belongs to everyone.
Today I go to the state. I was wearing National Weather Service. Mainly essay shows to Friday and begin to build Saturday as a monsoon surge builds into the area. This will bring blizzard conditions Sunday and Monday, with windy conditions Tuesday. Waves will most likely rise accordingly. Small traffic ice conditions are likely, and gale conditions are possible, along with wind advisory. The latest weather information is always available at www.weather.gov/GUM.
Military officer, law enforcer, policymaker. Service has been the cornerstone of Congressman James Moylan's life. James Moylan swore to protect America as an officer of the United States Army. As a parole officer, James worked with families affected by substance abuse and domestic violence. He was elected to the 35th and 36th Guam legislatures, and now James Moylan represents Guam's needs in our nation's capital as a member of the United States Congress. Congressman Moylan has fought for more than $3 billion for Guam, including almost $1 billion in military construction and roads, and law enforcement and first responder vehicles and equipment. Moylan is also working vigorously on standing up a regional office right here in Guam, a game changer for our 25,000 plus veterans. 40 years, 4 oaths. Dedicated, resilient, trustworthy, and proven. As James Moylan, re-elect James Moylan for Congress. Moylan works.
I'm James Moylan, a candidate for Congress, and I approve this message.
Alrighty, guys, welcome back to your last look at the traffic report here on the Wave 105 FM, and it's all being brought to you by Glom Auto Spa. Schedule a test drive at 478 Auto, or if you'd like to take a look at our inventory, you may also visit our website if you would head up to glomautospa.com. The Guam Department of Education has announced the official orientation schedule for this incoming school year, welcoming the new and returning students and their families back on campus. We will have a Stumbo Middle School orientation happening this morning, George Washington High School, as well as Simon Sanchez High. So you will find some delays in traffic this morning as our friends kind of commute and get in and out of that orientation. For our folks coming around Teton, it looks like traffic is building up as well as the airport. Heads up, guys, coming along Airport Road. Outside of Capitol Kitchen, we got ourselves some north as well as southbound traffic. Allegetta, we got some north and southbound there along Bella Road, so prepare yourselves for that. Route 16 traffic in Barragata is also beginning to pick up. Molo to Mighty MTM traffic is light. Getting in and out of that area will be done with ease. However, for our friends in both Wadotnya, Sinahanya, Telempago, and Manilao, you're going to have some wait time, guys. North and southbound traffic definitely picking up. We just want to remind everyone it is a Wednesday morning. Lift us on watch hour. Speed limit Let's keep our eyes on the road, not on the phones. No texting and driving on the streets of Guam. And certainly your seatbelts are fastened. Remember, everyone, seatbelts are sexy. And let's get our kids strapped in the proper booster and glasses. Allow braking distance between yourselves and the vehicle in front of you. Let's try not to tailgate each other. And we should all be able to have ourselves a safe Wednesday morning. This is your traffic report here on the Wave 105 FM. It's all being brought to you by our friends at Guam Auto Spot.
When families feel safe, communities grow stronger. Senator Chris Duenas passed the knowledge out to put more officers on our streets and confront the meth crisis hurting too many of our people. He led efforts to expand affordable housing to the additional dwelling unit and advanced century bills. And now he is offering his second balanced budget that protects essential services while supporting private sector jobs. Steady leadership, real results. Re-elect Chris Duenas, who's focused, balanced, and ready.
I'm Chris Duenas, and I approve this message. She wrote the element of Wisconsin record. Sit down with Republican candidates Speaker Frank Klaus and Dr. Mary Cotton. That's the full conversation that's in place on this session of the Wave 105 TV. Stay informed and hear their vision for Guam's future. Wave 105 is the closest to Guam radio station.
Explore, snap, and share for a chance to win a round-trip ticket to Thailand. Join the Guam Photo Hunt and visit iconic landmarks and hidden gems island-wide. The more locations you photograph, the more chances you have to win exciting prizes. Learn more and submit to win online at visitguam.com/photo hunt. Terms and conditions apply. Explore, snap, and rediscover Guam. Brought to you by the Guam Visitors Bureau.
Housing costs are high everywhere. Rent is higher, home ownership feels farther away, and too many families are asking, can we afford to stay on Guam? But the dream is simple, a place of your own, a home where your children can grow up right here on Guam. Just years ago, Guam wasn't in a position to live. Guam's finances were on the brink, and so we stabilized. We restored fiscal credibility, and we secured the resources to act. Because of that work, hundreds of homes have been built, and hundreds more are on the way, including housing for working and middle-income families. For young families starting out, housing is about building safe communities and supporting families right here at home. Together, we're building a better Guam for everyone to grow and thrive. I'm Josh Tenorio.
And I'm Tina, and we approve this message.
Introducing the all-new Subway Wrap. Now you can make anything on the wrap. Light, delicious, and satisfying without weighing you down. Subway Wraps make feeling your day easier than ever with bold flavors and fresh ingredients. Try its easy garlic steak wrap today. Subway, eat fresh, feel good.
Guam is not heard in Washington. Our families pay the price. We pay it in higher costs, in housing that feels out of reach, and food assistance put at risk, and our Manamco and neighbors with disabilities still waiting for benefits they've earned. Mary Camacho Torres is running to change that. So fight to lower costs, deliver fairness for our veterans and downwind communities, and make sure Guam finally has a voice that's heard. This election, vote Mary Camacho Torres for Congress, #1 on the ballot. I'm Mary Camacho Torres, and I approve this message. Paid for by the Torres for Congress Committee.
Our critically injured veterans and first responders are left behind every day because of inadequate wheelchairs. That's why Wheelchairs for Warriors is on a mission to serve America's heroes across the nation and provide them with custom-fit wheelchairs tailored to fit their needs to ensure they're rejoining their lives at the highest level of independent mobility and function possible. From lightweight daily use chairs or adaptive sports chairs to all-terrain wheelchairs to get these warriors outdoors. Wheelchairs for Warriors serves those who served us. To join their mission, visit their website at wheelchairsforwarriors.org.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the show hosts, guests, and callers, and do not necessarily reflect the views of the staff or management of Wave 105.1 FM, Glimpses Media, or our partners. We strive to provide quality, respectful, and engaging content, and we welcome you to participate in the conversation. Thank you for tuning in to Wave 105.1 FM. Enjoy the show.
Conversations that matter. Community that listens. Wave 105, the Talk of Guam. A Glimpses Media radio station.
Robin, what do you want?
No, this is like every single day.
This is election song. You hear that? Everybody wants to rule the world. That's how good. This is my walk-in ballot song.
Oh, so now she's creating a list on how she's going to enter.
This is it. The entering. Like, everybody wants to rule the world. I got a whole playlist. This is a lot of fun. I'm excited.
Yeah.
Okay.
Somebody sent me a note right before one of the break, and she says, tuning in on my way to work, still don't know who to vote for. Yeah, and I figured out you're not alone. You're absolutely not alone. And I think to Polly's point this morning, they probably have a larger number of undecided. You know, the more people that enter the race, that have entered the race, makes it that much more difficult. Because now you've got a lot of teams in the Democratic Party alone. You've got 3 teams to choose from. And, you know, with Teresa and Sabina entering in, you know, really in the last minute, joining and praying, you know, I think that has now, whatever that has done to the dynamics of the other 2 races, now has created a situation where people are going, oh, okay, now I do have another option. You know, look at this all-female team. You know, and they've been collaborating from the beginning. The 2 of them, along with Chris Barnett, has been a faction within the Democratic Party inside the legislature. And they definitely have a different strategy and a tactic on how to get how to push their policy through. So, yeah, the field is crowded in all of these fields, and so there's a lot of people to choose from when you've got a 5-way split. You know, so that's, you know, this primary is really going to narrow it down to see how many more Republicans or Democrats that we have. But then again, you know, here's the other way of voting that I really just frown upon. I just think it's just not, whatever. I frown upon it because I want my vote to count the way I want my vote to count, right? But the strategy is you pick a team that's going to be the best challenger to your guy, right? So you pick you actually vote for the weakest link on the opposition because they're going to go against you. No matter what you do, that person who's the weakest link is going to pale in comparison to your guy. So you throw all of the votes to that guy, whoever the weakest link is, and then they get up to go against the challenger in your party. And it may not look like a strong thing for you know, the vote that you just threw away, right? And that could definitely backfire too. I mean, I've seen it successfully work, and it's angered a lot of voters, and it's angered the candidate that they knew exactly what the idea was, what party was doing it. But it's really you know, it compromises my vote, which I'm not really thrilled about doing. So anyway, it is it was 8:13,
and I got Charlie Hermosa on line 1.
Hey Charlie, good morning. How are you? It's been a while.
Hey, good morning. Good morning, Patty, and happy Hump Day, happy Wednesday.
Oh, there it is. You're on the radio today. Are you on this morning?
Yes.
Okay,
yes,
cool.
I will see you in a little bit.
Okay.
Yeah, for sure. But just wanted to chime in real quick. You know, talking about how people are voting, and you know, a little bit that I've been hearing as well is from the younger side. You know, they haven't had those meetings where, you know, the family gets together and says, okay, here's the paper, and these are the folks that you're going to vote for.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we've seen a lot of the younger, the first voters, asking questions. And I really hope they really go out because, you know, this is going to set up for the next 4 years. You know, the 18, 19-year-olds are going to be 21, 22, really hitting the workforce, getting maybe out of school or out of trade school. And you know, this is where they're, you know, this is where we're hoping they're going to stay and not choose to leave the island because, you know, the last 4 years were just terrible. And so they have an opportunity to really, you know, make a difference, and hopefully they have the opportunity to go and check the platforms out because that's really where the, you know, the values and the issues align with what they're looking for. So
that's refreshing to hear. Yeah, that's refreshing to hear. And of course that was the old way of doing things, and certainly the way of voting, obviously. There's still that old way of doing things. You recognize, Charlie, that maybe they're not having the serious family gathering on how to do it, but you do know that people still vote. They don't have to be the younger voters. They still vote by family. I've heard that from experienced voters that, hey, that's my cousin, and they're like, from my father's, side and third person removed kind of thing, right? But I've heard that that's still a way right here to do that, right?
No, yeah, we definitely heard. I mean, I've had conversation with candidates that have grandmothers that have come up to them and said, I love you. I can't vote for you. The primary, general, different story. Like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
So but I'm really just hoping that it's not just a name recognition, not just a face on a billboard, but, everybody's really taking the opportunity to understand everybody's platform because, as you mentioned, we have 5 gubernatorial teams, and we have a lot of fresh faces running for senator. So I think everybody should be given the opportunity, even though you may not have seen the name before. Maybe they have certain things that resonate well with you, and they should have the opportunity to get your vote. So that's what I want to plug. Obviously everybody needs to go out and vote, but I'm really hoping that everybody makes a really good conscious decision to get the right folks that align with what you're looking for on Guam to ensure they get elected in.
Yeah, absolutely good points. There's a lot to choose from, and there was a lot that happened this past week, and that's gained a little bit of traction. I think that some of the excitement of that has dropped a little bit. Things have sort of evened out today. I'm not seeing as many of them. But people were angry, and people are angry for a lot of reasons, and I think they're looking for anyone to misstep before the opposing team pounces on them. And it just unfortunately happens like right before, a primary like this where there's so much at stake. What about your plans now, Charlie? Are you going to pursue an independent party and further representation coming up in the next couple of years? Is that the plan for you and Jeff, or is that the plan for your party?
Well, I don't know. Obviously one of the discussions that Jeff from, he understands this position, and so we both have a business. We're definitely wanted to, that's definitely on the radar as far as what would be our next steps. Obviously, Jeff thought that he still had the energy to make sure that he gave it all he had for the next 4 years. But, things happen. Even myself, I have a doctor's appointment that I'm going to, and I'm like, my back's starting to hurt a little bit. But those are the things that I'm going to look at. But from an independent standpoint, I think that, we have a lot of folks that are in the middle right now, right? They vote, they either go on the Republican side or on the Democrat side, and I think that there has to be a way to be able to look at a candidate that meets you in the middle, and I think there has to be an opportunity for an independent party to be able to compete, I would say, fairly. And so now whether I'm going to stay within the independent side or, obviously my values align a little bit more to the right, but I have values that align to the left as well. Yeah. And so at the end of the day, I think I want to make sure that we put the right person in a fair way so that the people can choose who they want, not just, 2 options, but the independent party really represents something that would give the voters, an opportunity to really just meet in the middle. And so I'm hoping that could, resonate well in the next couple of years. We'll see how that turns out as from formulating a party perspective. But, there's a huge percentage of people on island that are not party affiliated, right? They're in the middle. And I think that, hopefully the next 4 years will dictate something positive on the island, and, whoever we elect really gets the island moving and going. And if not, then we really have to look at the way we're throwing the teams up for getting elected.
But, obviously, Charlie, it has been made known that you are a Republican. You've been a Republican, and you were ready to run on a Republican ticket in the past, in pursuing any one of the elected offices. So, I mean, you are still going to be voting Republican in this primary election. This is your loyalty to the party. So, even if we're looking at the issues and we're deciding who the best people are. In your mind, the Republican stance and agenda is still more valuable to you than the Democrats.
Well, I mean, obviously, yes, I am a Republican, by values, but I don't always necessarily have to agree with the party line. And it's really unfortunate that the primary is set up in a way where, I think we really have some good candidates on the Democrat side, right? Exactly, if we're looking at the 39, won't be able to vote for them, right? Because I really feel that we have some strong candidates on the Republican side that I feel that we need to get in. So, it's, we're going to have, I honestly think we have to look at that. We need to look at the primary. I don't know whether it's redesign it, but maybe just even get rid of it as a whole.
Well, that's always been a bone of contention with the parties as well. And I think there was a late effort to do that 4 years ago with the Democrats trying to get out of having a primary at all. But it was too. I mean, it takes planning to do that. You can't just willy-nilly do it. And it was a little bit confusing, but. The idea of each candidate, each party holding their own primary, getting rid of everybody else that isn't going to make it and just advancing on. I mean, it's just a lot of expense, it's a lot of work, it's a lot of everything. But the field is open, right now to a lot of people who are running, and so many of them are unknown. So you may know, because it's a smaller field, get larger than normal for the gubernatorial side, but the senatorial side, you have some really good people in there that deserve a shot, right? Because everybody deserves a shot. It's just that there's so many of them, and some of them don't even have necessarily the name recognition, which when all else fails, people standing at the polls will just go for the name recognition. I heard of them, but they haven't really studied them because there's too many to study. If we've had apathetic voters who didn't even bother to show up at the polls, we also have apathetic voters who will show up at the polls, but they don't know what to do. They're just showing up at the polls, right? And then going down the names of who looks good. And that's the part that's dangerous, because I don't know if you agree that this is probably one of the most decisive elections to determine how we're just going to deal with our future on Guam. We've got a huge military buildup and things are moving so quickly. We're pinpointing Guam and what we have to do for ourselves if the federal government isn't going to do it for us, or how we're going to get the federal government to do it for us. We need to put in people that are going to make sure that all of these things that we're promising to voters of, safety and education and health and all this stuff, it's falling apart on the federal side. And on the local side, we might have to drum up for ourselves. Are we putting the right people in place, and is this an important election to you?
It is an important election, and the way that I see it is, you can take so many different issues, and we're at a crossroads, right? And that's the way that I view it. Where we have so many crossroads that I will say that it is the most pivotal point in the history of Guam, because there's so many different issues that can go right or left that could really impact the next 15, 20, 30 years of Guam. And with the federal spending, with the military drawdown, right? I mean, there's so many education. We're going to have elections on the federal side, right? The president's going to come in within 2 years. Could change the whole dynamics of the way that they fund the territories and they view the territories. And so I think that having the right person in place to be able to deal with these issues is very important. I mean, it has to be the right person to be able to deal with the local issues in a way that they understand the local issues. But then they go to D.C. and they stand firm, and making sure that everybody, whether it's the House or the Senate, understand exactly what Guam is all about. And it's not just a military base; it's much more than that. And so, hopefully, that is the part that for me. That's what I'm hoping, that the person that gets into that seat is able to balance both, not just the local, but it's got to be the federal side as well. We need to ensure that we have that person that can stand up and really talk about who we are and what we are, and just more than just a beautiful island.
I totally agree. More than just a beautiful island, because I think that's what a lot of people say when they think about Guam. I was having a conversation with a governor. I think it was on the air, and I asked her, whenever she goes to Washington and, she pushes the Guam agenda, what does that venue look like when you're talking to a room full of strangers from either Congress or the administration? Maybe not so much the administration as much as Congress. Do you have to reinvent the wheel where Guam is concerned? It says, yeah, we're constantly in a state of going to D.C. and going, hey, what about us over here? Made evident, also made evident by the fact that it was, that district senator from Virginia who, fashioned H.R. 9724 to just wipe out U.S. citizenship for Guam by January 1st, 2027. That's like 6 months away. and there's not a whole lot of thought that goes into this concept that you can just take away citizenship from a U.S. territory without having a vetting process on that concept, just like it's going to happen whether you like it or not in 6 months. So, going back and having to re-explain that, you're right. It's going to require people who can go there and make a big case for Guam. And, we always seem to find the guy for now or the girl for now, right? We always tend to vote our congressional representatives in there because there's not a whole lot of competition. Last year, it might have been a bigger deal with Ginger Cruz. 2 years ago, Ginger Cruz coming in up against James Moylan. Now you've got a three-way here with 2 Republicans and a Democrat trying to fill that seat. Moylan's got a little bit of competition that I think that he might get a little bit nervous about with the momentum that one of these ladies is picking up. What do you think about that race?
Right, with that race, again, I think that whether we have 3 strong candidates. And I think all 3, you have to take away whether, and this is just my personal opinion, you got to take away the Republican, the R and the D before their name, because when they go to D.C., it's really representing the island. And when you look at the issues that Congressman Moylan is dealing with, these are a lot of the issues that we've been dealing with for years. The downwind. We need to make sure that we close that chapter and ensure that the federal government understands what they should do about ensuring that the compensation is there for the people of Guam that have suffered through that. And so that message resonates both on the Republican and Democrat side. And so when you look at the Congressman Moylan's record, I think you need to make sure that you evaluate, and the way that I look at it is what impact has it had on me from a federal perspective on ensuring that I'm receiving the attention from the federal government that should be raised through our congressmen. So now you look at Senator Torres, and you look at Limpiaco, also very strong-minded, and I think that for me it's going to be telling. Obviously, Alicia is going to be going through the general. But I think it's going to be interesting to ensure that whether it's Congressman Moylan or Senator Torres, have a good debate. Because if it is 2 strong women going, that would be interesting to see, right? Because I think that a lot of the views align, because a lot of what they've been promoting is the fact that it's all about Guam. And so that's the way that I look at the record, even locally here, is the bills that have passed here locally. What impact do they have on my life, on my family, on my future, right, on my daughter? That's the way that I would look at it, is the bills that have been passed across the board, what impact have they had on my life? Mm-hmm. And if you can't really measure it up, if it's about, bills that have been passed for something that just doesn't impact you at all, that's again, you got to create your own little grade book on ensuring that you grade everybody accordingly so that they get the opportunity to go back in or to let the new fresh face.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's always a dilemma, right? I don't know how you feel, but as a voter, when you're picking out like Senate, a field of 45 people for 15 seats, right, and you go through the list. In the primary, it's pretty easy because if you're stuck with Republican or Democrat, you're going to vote your side. So that's going to be an easy choice. But once you get to the general, there's a cross section of the best that we have chosen from our voters on Guam. People don't, like I said, going back to the original premise, sometimes we get lazy when we vote. We don't bother to take the time to go through every single one of the candidates. You might listen here and there to what what the radio might be saying or what their bios that they're putting on television or in the newspaper. But for the most part, a lot of voters are still pretty apathetic when it comes to this. And again, as evidenced by the number of people who register to vote versus those who actually show up. And for those who actually show up, there's still the apathy that they didn't really do their homework. And so they kind of at the last minute, whoever's the last person to give them the best information about who they're voting for, that's usually the vote that if they're undecided, that's what sways them. We're not doing a whole lot of homework. We're just kind of doing the duty, but we're doing it through the motions and not necessarily with the feeling in it, right? So we asked our families. The families go, yeah, he's related to us. He's your 75th cousin. All right, cool.
Yeah. No, exactly. And just a lot of emotions, even leading up to, Saturday morning, you're going to have a lot of emotional voting. Folks that are upset, possibly with the incumbents and saying, they don't deserve my vote. I'm just going to vote for everybody who I don't know. Maybe the fresh face and no name may be the right thing to do, and I've heard these discussions. And so, do they do any homework behind that? Not so much. I mean, the homework is probably on what they've seen with the current slate of senators. But I think that I really hope, and if there's a soundbite I can put out there, I really hope that everybody can go out and really read the platforms for everybody, because you will see that we need to. Obviously the Republicans, we want the majority. The Democrats, they want the majority. But at the end of the day, the crossroads. We're back at the crossroads, and we need to ensure that we have the best 15 people getting sworn in. Because now, if it's a mix, perfect. But if we have the best, that's going to be even better. Folks that can cross the aisle, folks that can talk to each other. I think that at the end of it, that's going to be like a superstar team where. We'll have great, 5 stars, and sometimes that could bring a lot of friction on any team. But if we start working all together, you'll see what you'll be able to accomplish. So that's what I'm looking for. Hopefully that we have a really good slate of young candidates on the right and the left that are, strong. They're not, easily manipulated. They know that they're going to be freshmen coming in, but they also have a lot to offer. And I've seen great discussions between the incumbents and the fresh new faces. Some folks that are coming in that were in senators before, and I think that all that has to come together to form just a great team. Whether right or left, it's one team, and that's the way they got to look at it.
Yeah. Well, Kelly, as usual, it's always good to talk to you, my friend. Thanks. I missed you the past couple of times. I must have rushed out the door before you showed up, but it'll be good to run into you this morning.
Yes.
Yeah, it's been a while.
Right, thank you so much.
It's my pleasure.
Thank you
All right.
so much.
Charlie Hermosa.
Okay.
Yeah. You look at she's like, hey, I know her Hermosa. Maybe I should vote for that person because they have an H in their name.
I like Charlie,
Charlie doesn't hurt anybody. Charlie's a very calm, civilized person. He and I have different views about Trump and different views about the MAGA movement. And I'm not saying that his Republican views aren't mine, and I'm not saying his Democrat views are not either of us either. I just think that we have deep differences in philosophy, but we get along. We get along famously. The first time I ever really met him, I think, I really got to talk to him. We were at a party, and the two of us were sitting on the side of the house having our own little talk show. It was a great time getting to know his views, getting to know who he is, and I've enjoyed him. I've enjoyed him on the radio. And again, we don't agree on many things, but we make it happen, right? And people actually enjoy each other's company. Politics even becomes part of the conversation. You just gotta understand. I think that's what happens in politics, and that's what happens this time next year. We're not going to be talking about this. This time in December, we're not going to be talking about this unless it's a controversial election and it's not over because we don't have a winner. But when the political season comes out, people are very passionate about this. I can't tell you that this at all compares to the CNMI. I can't tell you.
Don't do it. Don't do it.
It is a whole.
Don't do it.
Don't even try, right? Don't even try to explain. There are no adjectives to. You actually have to witness it. You gotta actually see it happen or be in it, and then you can decide how that works because their politics over there is a whole battleground. I mean, battleground is so it's rude.
Battleground. It's pretty crazy.
It is, but isn't it also still a really good spectacle for people who live inside that? They're not running away from the politics. I think they're just getting out their tea kettles and their popcorn.
And I like how you brought that up because a lot of folks are registered to vote, but not a lot of folks are going to the polls. And I know that when we have Maria Pangilinan on the line, she always, she commends the state of mind because not only do we have a large number of older voters, but our youth really do come out to the plate to step out and vote. So.
Because you live the politics there. It's a smaller island, right? And
because we're more concerned about our future. Kind of like what Charlie said. In a few years from now, a lot of us young guns that they call us, we're going to be running the show. So we are really concerned about what lies in our future, deep sea mining and, just sustainability. So we do have a lot of concerns and, kind of like what Charlie said, in the future, we're going to be running the show. So there is a lot at stake, not only for the older folks, but also for the younger crowd. So this is going to be a very interesting moment.
And thank you for bringing that up again, because a lot of folks like your age, they're working, they're living a professional life. This is just a scenario, living a professional life, and they're raising their children. Whatever decisions we make, especially about funding and finances and the economy on Guam, is if you can just for a second put yourself in your kids' shoes in the future, whatever you're doing right now to pay for the infrastructure of Guam is the same debt, if not more, your kids are going to be working double shifts for. And if you look at it in that perspective, however hard you feel like you are working right now, maybe you've got a comfortable job. Maybe you don't have enough money and you have to pick on another job or even a third job. Maybe you don't have childcare because you can't afford it. Maybe all of these different scenarios. Look down into several years ago where we have encumbered now your child's paycheck for the future. We've already used that kid's paycheck in the future that he hasn't even earned yet because his taxes and all of his fees and all of these things that they're paying for in the government of Guam is going to be already built in to the money they're going to start making when they get a job. Yeah. So if you're training your kid to aspire to do nothing more than, not either get another education or learn a trade or get into some sort of field that's going to get them a paycheck, you're not doing anything for them. Because that kid's next paycheck has already got enough taxes taken out of it to pay for this infrastructure like our power and the rising water rates that's going to happen, the fees and the tariffs and all of these things that your government is now deciding on is going to encumber your kids down the line 10, 15, 20 years from now. They'll be paying what you've decided on today. How's that feel? Bruh. I'm going to leave my kid $1 million if he doesn't have to work. Well, even then, that's going to be taxes, right? Well, if he's in the 1%, he won't have to pay that high tax. Yeah, there you go. Everybody become a millionaire. And, not even a millionaire gets you.
We don't want our future generation to be janitors. That's not fair.
Well, this is true.
We don't want to clean up our mess. You know what I'm saying?
Well, you mean janitors as a figure of speech, not because cleaners honest working. Yeah.
I feel like, look, this was not my idea. Now we got to fix it.
This is true. Whatever decisions were made about my future 66 years ago, is stuff I'm paying for now. Well, maybe not. I mean, I'm now I've laid the groundwork for the past 40 years for my kids in the future. So.
Good girl, you was good. You
tell you what.
Riley's got a great future. He is super sad. Riley is just fine, girl.
All right, who got Dean?
Yes,
ma'am. Dean.
Hey guys.
Hey, buddy.
Speaking of Riley, I think that guy's going to be going places. That's for sure. I wanted to call and tell you that we had such a great time, but his speech to you, I really had a reflection on it even after his graduation. That was like one of the best, out of all the graduations I've attended parties, that was probably the most heartfelt and, like, direct message to you, Patti. Like,
that was weird. I did not expect that.
That was weird. That was
because I didn't expect it. I really did not expect it. Yeah, that was tough.
So,
that was really touching.
Dice, I got to tell you, Dice, he got on the mic, and he actually wrote his speech out of his thank you, but it ended up being a direct, heartfelt message to Patti, like his grandma, and how she was there for him, and everything that, he is, that he thanked her for always being there for him. And I'm telling you, there was not a dry eye in that entire place.
This is true. I didn't expect that. I'm never surprised by anything. I'm usually, like, ready for anything. I did not. I honestly was, like, completely baffled when that happened. I just took a video of it. I was like, oh, yeah, I took a video of it, and I tried to run it the next day. I couldn't even watch it. I got into the first sentence.
Yeah.
This is a kid who doesn't speak. Right?
Yeah, he doesn't.
He's a soft-spoken boy. He doesn't tell you how he feels all the time unless he tells you how he feels. But he's just a very private kid. But he's smart. Yeah. He's so dang smart, and he's so dang witty. He's just like us. He just doesn't speak like that publicly. And,
But it was so funny afterwards because his whole speech was to you, and then he's like, thank you, everyone, for coming. And I was like, no, nothing about the parentals, nothing about your mom and dad, or anybody else that brought you up, your Auntie Reese, Auntie Fawn, like, no one else, Riley, just Grandma, but it's okay.
That's okay.
The love was definitely felt.
It was a good trip. I'm so glad that you were absolutely, Yeah, I'm glad you
we had a great time, and also they got to, man, I love Southern Roots. Like, I don't know what was going on, but that Tomorrow group is amazing.
They are, when he sang Glides, it was over for me. I was already sobbing. I had to leave. It was just a really sweet gesture. They were so happy to be there. They were so chill. I wanted that night to be chill, and it was just exactly how I had just expected it to be. Nothing loud and crazy, and it was a vibe.
The fact that they're so young, but the Tomorrow music that they were playing really brought us back to, like, the 80s, the 70s, like, growing up, that nostalgic feeling of.
You know what that is? They had old Tomorrow soul in them. That's what they had. The music of, now I hadn't really heard of this group, but you're the one, thank you for that gift, you're the one who hooked us up with the band, but I'd never heard them, but they'd opened for so many other big acts, and so people knew who they were, I just wasn't in the scene. But I'm telling you, if you're in a backyard party or fiesta, that's how you end your night, man. It's just that old soul Tomorrow that came out in all of their songs. It was really a thing. It was a perfect end to a absolutely perfect night, and I appreciate your love and all that.
You are so welcome. And then, of course, my brother brought the lights and the power.
Your brother's also hooked. I'll also tell you this. I know this is a personal phone call, but I'll also tell you this. I never in my life knew how fancy porta potties could be. Can I just tell you? Guys, have you ever tried to get a porta potty on Guam? Never, ever even, I would never even thought about it, but we had it in an area where there was not a whole lot of acts. Me too. I said the same thing. No, I said the same thing. I couldn't do it either. But it was a necessity, and when you're going to do it as a necessity, you got to go to a vendor that's got the washing machine, the washroom thing. There was a flusher in there. It's flush in there. Bro, you're coming to my party, you're going to get a flushing toilet outside is what you're going to get.
And be able to wash your hands.
The washroom has that soap and things in it. This is Total Malik. Total Malik was, thank you to the Baker boys who made that happen.
You're right. And then my brother sits there, and he's all, because he brought the porta potty to my other brother's son's birthday, and it was Sharon, right? She goes, "You couldn't get the aircon one, Mark?" And I looked at him and I said, "What?" If you would have brought the aircon porta potties, it would have been over.
Well, that was me. I was trying to get you can get the aircon porta potties, and I got, like I said, the Baker brothers were the ones that I had talked to personally about these, and he was telling me, I have the aircon one, but you got to set back, you get set back a pretty penny. It's not. Then you needed to have more people and longer hours. They usually set that up for like concerts
and your
things like that.
food was on point. So I don't know your caterers and the people that brought the food there. That was every tomorrow item that you could possibly think of. The friggin' chicken a la king was on point, and it was hot. Like
I made sure there was a burner there to keep it warm because it's nothing worse than
it was so good.
Well, thanks for coming, baby. I do appreciate
You're
all
welcome,
that.
and I appreciate the invite, and I just want to give a shout out. It was such a great evening, and kudos to Riley, and best of luck to UNLV. They've accepted an amazing student, and I can't wait to see his journey for the next 4 years of, when he graduates. Now, the next party is when Sean,
God willing. God willing.
Yeah, God willing, he becomes a priest and then becomes the next party.
If Sean becomes, if there's an ordination for Sean, like I said, God willing, that he will be ordained in several years, it's going to be a ranger, girl.
Yeah.
Open bar, aircon porta potties.
We're going to need aircon porta potties, and we're actually going to need those big white tents this time. So we've got to get those in advance.
Yeah,
that would be. Anyway, thank you so much, and you guys have a good day.
All right, we'll talk to you soon. It is 8:46 in the morning. Did we take a break already? We didn't. Let's go do that. I'm so sorry. Let's do that.
Today, it's Amanda Shelton. I'm ready to serve you again in the legislature. August 1st, proven leadership so we can continue to build a stronger Guam together. I humbly ask for your vote. Amanda Shelton, number 6 Democrat.
Johnny Cool Torres, Treasurer.
When families feel safe, communities grow stronger. Senator Chris Delaney's passed the Knowledge Act to put more officers on our streets and confront the meth crisis hurting too many of our people. He led efforts to expand affordable housing through the additional dwelling unit and advanced nitrate bills. And now he is altering his second balanced budget that protects essential services while supporting private sector jobs. Steady leadership, real results. Re-elect Chris Delaney, who's focused, balanced, and loyal.
I'm Chris Delaney, and I approve this message.
Explore, snap, and share for a chance to win round-trip tickets to Taiwan. Join the Guam Photo Hunt and visit iconic landmarks and hidden gems island-wide. The more locations you photograph, the more chances you have to win exciting prizes. Learn more and submit to win online at visitguam.com/photo hunt. Terms and conditions apply. Explore, snap, and rediscover Guam. Brought to you by Guam Visitors Bureau.
Military officer, law enforcer, policymaker. Service has been the cornerstone of Congressman James Moylan's life. James Moylan swore to protect America as an officer of the United States Army. As a parole officer, James worked with families affected by substance abuse and domestic violence. He was elected to the 35th and 36th Guam legislatures, and now James Moylan represents Guam's needs at our nation's capital as a member of the United States Congress. Congressman Moylan has fought for more than $3 billion for Guam, including almost $1 billion in military construction and roads, and law enforcement and first responder vehicles and equipment. Moylan is also working vigorously on standing up a regional office right here on Guam, a game changer for our 25,000 plus veterans, 40 years, 4 hopes. Dedicated, resilient, trustworthy, and proven. That's James Moylan. Really like James Moylan for Congress. Moylan works.
I'm James Moylan, a candidate for Congress, and I approve this message.
Paid for by James Moylan for Congress. David L. Camacho.
All critically injured veterans and first responders are left behind every day because of inadequate wheelchairs. That's why Wheelchairs for Warriors is on a mission to serve America's heroes across the nation and provide them with custom-fit wheelchairs tailored to fit their needs, to ensure they're rejoining their lives at the highest level of independent mobility and function possible. From lightweight daily use chairs or adaptive sports chairs to all-terrain wheelchairs to get these warriors outdoors. Wheelchairs for Warriors. Serve those who served us. To join their mission, visit their website at wheelchairsforwarriors.org.
It all connects. The girl who walks for hours to bring home the family's water, the school you can't attend most days, the breakfast you didn't have, the rain that hasn't fallen in months, The danger around the next bend. Her little brother's belly. Her mother's heart. Her dreams of being a teacher, an engineer, a mayor. All the reasons life is both so hard and so beautiful. It all connects. But so do we, for children's sakes. At Child Fund, we connect through everything we do, together, so every child can grow up healthy, educated, and safe. Because we need each other. Learn more at childfund.org.
Conversations that matter. Community that listens. Move 105 to Talk of Dom, a Grace's media radio station.
This is my election. My election playlist. This is my election. Patti, deal with the program.
Did you bag anywhere in there?
No, that was a COVID song. No, that's the COVID song. This is election song. So when you walk in here, it's about damn time. Give me my pencil. You see what I'm saying? That's what we're doing. That's what we're doing.
For you this morning. Okay, it's about that time. Hey, Verna. What's up, Verna? Good morning.
Half a day, I am on a awesome. I'm right after D. Woo! I feel like I'm in the presence of greatness with you two and D.
Oh, wow. Look at you. You're so kind. But we will disappoint you at every turn. Just give us a minute.
Anyway, before I say anything, happy birthday to Uncle Monty McDowell.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. But he's my really, one of my teacher besties' dad. Everything, and I was hanging out at the house in Akron for pretty much most of the day yesterday when I can, before I get back to school.
Oh, nice.
Hanging out with his daughter who's visiting from Ohio. And, we've been friends for 26 years now. Holy cow, because she came and taught at my school in school year 2000-2001.
Fine. Well, happy birthday, Monty McDowell. I'm so glad that we're here to celebrate your birthday. He's quite the guy. He's still a busy guy, isn't he?
He is awesome. He's 75 today. Wow, he might well be 25, With everything that he does, and I think he's like a non-stop kind of guy. He's really cool. I got to tell you a story. When I was in California, I believe it was 2009, a long time ago, visiting family and whatnot and doing the whole road trip thing. We were in San Diego at a liberation party. It happened to be I think it was July 21st. And I'm walking in with my sister, who we took from Texas with her family, and, my husband, all of us were walking in and seeing a whole bunch of people that I haven't seen in a while when we leave the Oceanside. And then I hear Verna, and I'm like, who? Monty here. I'm like, really? It was Uncle Monty McDowell.
Oh, wow.
He happened to be there. He was back there when they had to stay for about a year in California for something. Mm-hmm. And they go to every tour party if they can. And I will never forget.
Wow.
And I was like, what? And I was like, it was just so cool to see him. And we're both from Guam. We're both just visiting. So I'll never forget that. It just shows you that literally our world is pretty small. And Guam people, we find each other everywhere.
Wow.
Yeah. But your party, oh my God. It's just what she said, or, the party to celebrate Riley. Was awesome. The food was good. Everything, the ambiance, you know it. Mama Shah was singing at the time when I was there and did an excellent job. I was singing alongside and trying to kind of, and everything. And so all that, so you did a great job. Everything just welcoming. I got to meet your family again, and whatnot, and, Riley, the redwood tree that he is, because he's so tall, and everything, I call my nephews that are tall like that, redwood, and anyway, so I missed the speech. I'm like, what?
Oh, yeah.
Because we ended up going to another party, and it was actually a double party for two young men that graduated from UOG that also are commissioning as officers of the Army.
Oh, wow.
So, I didn't realize that and everything. I went there with only one century. I'm looking at my husband. Like, really?
I owe you something. Hey, I've done that before.
You know what I mean? They appreciate it after the fact, too.
Well, I'll tell you what's worse than that is when you go to a wedding and the father of the bride or the father of the groom is already really, really drunk, and you're a little bit late, so you don't even know whether it's a really box it. So you hand it to the groom's father, puts it in his pocket, and then the check never clears. I'm like, where's the check? How do you go back and ask where it is? He was so drunk that I don't know if he took it off and sent it to the dry cleaners, but that was, and then you're sitting there going, no, I really gave it to you.
Right.
I was so embarrassed. But anyway, so this is a big weekend. Now you're coming up on the first day of school. Orientation is happening.
CDs and whatnot. I know teachers started. Some teachers started last week, and a couple of my teacher friends on Monday. Officially today, we got the keys. But I'm probably not going to go into my class until tomorrow and Friday. And whatnot, and think, kind of just get the keys and have it on hand. Because today is also a day to remember, like my mom whose birthday today. She's not with us anymore. So I was like, you know what? I'm going to use today to do whatever I want to do. I'm not going to go in my classroom.
Well, good for you. Well, so declared. Verna's going to have a mental health day. I'm kind of down for that.
Thank you. That's exactly it. Mental health day.
You know,
I'm going to do whatever I want.
Take as many of those days as you can, because you're not going to be able to willy-nilly say that after August 10th.
Thank you. And so I'm actually at home making sure my baby uses the bathroom before I'm out and about doing whatever I need to do.
Well, you be safe while you're out there doing what you have to do, sis. I appreciate all of your friendship and your loyalty to the station. It's always been great to have you on the air, and I hope to talk to you next week before school starts.
Oh, well, and thank you again for the invite. Like Dice said, your party was the place to be. It was awesome. Good food, good family, fun, everything.
That's what it was offered. Thanks so much. I appreciate that.
Okay.
All right.
Okay, bye.
Okay, about 4 minutes now before 9 o'clock. This is what happens when you have a party and then people talk about it and then they go, where's my invite? Well, you know these things. We're like a little bit of a cloistered group. This family of mine, we're a little, it's just, we roll like that. This is me and the kids. We just we have a very small, little functioning group, and we enjoy the privacy of these events where you celebrate people that you love, and we don't do it ever. So it's kind of a big deal. But again, coming up on 9 o'clock, and we do have some guests coming into the studio. I'm just meeting one of them for the first time, but I never knew about the Guam Museum Foundation. Every one of these institutions has to have a supporting group of benefactors who are there to make sure that, like in this case, the museum continues to thrive. And it's a lot of people that come in, they're not necessarily doing it for any other reason than because they support the institution. And so the Guam Museum Foundation, I don't know how old it is, but we actually talked to one of the representatives from the foundation last week with Joanne Gobo. She was here with Maddie Crisosimo, her cousin Judge Gobo, and Rob Perez when they were here pushing the display of artwork from Maddie Crisosimo as well as Liberation Day functions for that weekend. And it was nice to meet her. They have a big opening for another exhibit coming up very soon, and she wanted to come in, and I actually told her when she was here, let me know when it's going to happen, and so it's happening, and she's going to be on the radio with us to talk about that coming up in this next hour. Otherwise, we'll have Vet Talk, a small conversation that's coming up in a couple of hours from now, but we'll just get through this next hour and see what happens out on the other side. We'll also be treating you to Dice's Guam election, primary election playlist. This is how she wants to enter the playlist. Maybe somebody's actually going to ask for the playlist and play it at the game. Do you want to put that up? Do you want to put it up for sale, or can they come and get that CD or that tape deck from you? Can they borrow your cassette? Hey, can I borrow your 8-track on that playlist for the primary election? Oh, man. All right. Sell it on a reel. Yeah. All right, that's what's happening here in the next couple of minutes. But first, we got to get that AP news that's happening right now. We are KGUMFM in Denny Do Guam. AP
AP News, I'm Julie Walker. AP correspondent Sagar Madani reports on Lindsey Graham's Washington funeral.
President Trump was among those remembering Lindsey Graham at services in Washington. From top Senate Republican John Thune at the Capitol.
Lindsey was a towering figure here in the Senate.
In reality, not tall, but Vice President Vance says Graham played it on the Senate floor.
Could have stood more than 5'6" or 5'7", but he swashbuckled in with his jacket open like he was 6'5". He had an attitude to him.
And at the Washington National Cathedral, where the leaders of Israel and Ukraine joined the president and others in honoring Graham.
A giant of the United States Senate, a true American original.
The president remembered sharing his then campaign rival's cell phone number.
202-228-0292 if anybody wants to give it a shot. His phone exploded.
Graham had the last laugh.
Lindsey did not stop calling me for the next 10 years.
Graham will be buried tomorrow in his beloved South Carolina. Sagar Madani, Washington.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and Ukraine President Volodymyr Zelensky also met with President Trump while in D.C. The White House says both were productive meetings. A teenager who killed 2 students and 2 teachers in a shooting at Appalachia High School in Georgia has been sentenced to serve life in prison without the possibility of parole. 60-year-old Colt Gray had pleaded guilty Friday to charges including murder in the September 2024 shooting that also left several others wounded. This is AP News. Elon Musk's social media company X has launched Money, a bank account-like service for users to send money to each other. X Money isn't a new bank. It uses Cross River Bank's technology and services. Currently, it's invite-only and available to X's paying members. Users receive an X-branded Visa debit card for ATM use and can send money in real time to attract customers. X Money offers a 6% yield on deposits and 3% cash back on eligible purchases. Musk aims to turn X into an everything app. Most U.S. stocks rose after Coca-Cola and other companies reported stronger profits for the spring than analysts expected. The S&P 500 rose a relatively modest 0.2%. The Dow Jones jumped 1%, while the Nasdaq slipped 0.2%. I'm Julie Walker, AP News. More stories at apnews.com.
You're listening to Mornings with Patti, where the conversation belongs to everyone.
Today, Graham Witherspoon's center with Royal National Weather Service. Mainly also charged to Friday will begin to build Saturday as a monsoon surge builds into the area. This will bring gravy conditions Sunday and Monday, with windy conditions Tuesday. Waves will most likely rise accordingly. Small traffic isolated conditions are likely, and gale conditions are possible, along with wind advisory. The latest weather information is always available at www.weather.gov/WRM.
When I look at farms, I see the foundation we're building for the next generation. That's why, as your senator, I work to get new and emerging industries off the ground. These include laws that allow for small enterprises like cottage businesses, home kitchen catering, medicinal cannabis, bed and breakfast, all the way to industrial-scale businesses such as cruise liners, transshipping, Guam-based filmmaking, and more to take root here. All of these efforts are to nurture the God-given talent of our people, create jobs, and by extension, expand our tax base in order to provide valuable government services. I'm Tina Rosemary Barnes, and I've spent my life building for Guam, and I'm ready to lead our next chapter. Let's keep building together.
I'm Dr. Tenorio.
And I'm Tina, and we approve this message.
Patti, it's Amanda Shelton. I'm ready to serve you again in the legislature. On August 1st, choose proven leadership so we can continue to build a stronger Guam together. I humbly ask for your vote. Amanda Shelton, number 6 Democrat.
Johnny Cool Torres, Treasurer.
Our critically injured veterans and first responders are left behind every day because of inadequate wheelchairs. That's why Wheelchairs for Warriors is on a mission to serve America's heroes across the nation and provide them with custom-fit wheelchairs tailored to fit their needs to ensure they're rejoining their lives at the highest level of independent mobility and function possible. From lightweight daily use chairs or adaptive sports chairs to all-terrain wheelchairs to get these warriors outdoors. Wheelchairs for Warriors serves those who served us. To join their mission, visit their website at wheelchairsforwarriors.org.
When families feel safe, communities grow stronger. Senator Chris Duenas passed the Malik Act to put more officers on our streets and confront the meth crisis hurting too many of our people. He led efforts to expand affordable housing through the additional dwelling unit and advanced rent rate bills. And now he is offering his second balanced budget that protects essential services while supporting private sector jobs. Steady leadership, real results. Re-elect Chris Duenas. He's focused, balanced, and ready.
I'm Chris Duenas, and I approve this message.
Military officer, law enforcer, policymaker. Service has been the cornerstone of Congressman James Moylan's life. James Moylan swore to protect America as an officer of the United States Army. As a parole officer, James worked with families affected by substance abuse and domestic violence. He was elected to the 35th and 36th Guam legislatures, and now James Moylan represents Guam's needs in our nation's capital as a member of the United States Congress. Congressman Moylan has fought for more than $3 billion for Guam, including almost $1 billion in military construction and roads, and law enforcement and first responder vehicles and equipment. Moylan is also working vigorously on standing up a regional office right here on Guam, a game changer for our 25,000 plus veterans. 40 years, 4 oaths. Dedicated, resilient, trustworthy, and proven. That's James Moylan. Re-elect James Moylan for Congress. Moylan works.
I'm James Moylan, a candidate for Congress, and I approve this message.
Paid for by James Moylan for Congress. David L. Camacho, Treasurer.
Will I be at the forefront of childhood cancer research? I can't do lead with me because every innovation we make is a moment we give to children with cancer typically. But the good things is not real. Help don't you give children with cancer more moments that can last. Learn more at stfood.org.
Road to Adelaide is off and running. It's time to sit down with Republican candidate Speaker Frank Glass and Dr. Mary McCarthy to cast a full conversation that takes place on May 7th for the Wave 105 future. Stay informed and hear their vision for Guam's future. Wave 105 is a glimpse of Guam radio stations.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the show hosts, guests, and callers, and do not necessarily reflect the views of the staff or management of Wave 105.1 FM, Listas Media, or our partners. We strive to provide quality, respectful, and engaging content, and we welcome you to participate in the conversation. Thank you for tuning in to Wave 105.1 FM. Enjoy the show.
Stay informed, stay connected. Wave 105. Let's talk the block.
This is just my political playlist, working around it. We're just going to do positive vibes, no bad energy is the goal. Yeah, we start this way too, don't want to fight. Who thinks the original? We bought it. Don't want to fight, don't want to fuss. We just thought, I'm worried about you.
It should be.
Yeah,
No, it should be. You know, your 70s knowledge and my 90s knowledge probably could be matched.
We borrowed, it was a sample. And you know what?
I didn't hear it.
It's the Garfunkel people.
Oh, Simon and Garfunkel.
Nope, I just said that because he's an old person.
I
said that because he's old. I don't know the answer.
Now you fight. Right there. You just picked a fight. You intended to do that. You just picked a fight. Tell you what, we're not going to fight in front of all of these nice people that we have in the studio. We do. We have Joanne Gogo, who is here from last week, another venue. I'm sorry about that. You put that microphone up to your face. There you go. Just you can wear that if you want to. It's just going to be you and me unless somebody calls. But Joanne is from the Guam Museum Foundation that I found out just that day we even had a Guam Museum Foundation. But I was making a point on the radio just a little while ago that these institutions need this kind of report. It's usually an all-volunteer foundation that comes together to be able to make sure that the foundation grows. I mean, that the museum grows, the entity grows and develops. And it's you're onto something. You guys are what? You said 4 years old?
No, the foundation is older than that. The event we're going to talk about.
Okay, sorry. I was thinking. Okay, so when was the foundation started?
You know what I think? I'm not mistaken, about between 10 and 20 years ago.
Oh.
Yeah. I have no idea.
Yeah, I didn't either. And it's good to know that there's backup, right? So the event is?
The Tuba Chestnuts and the Festa and the Gay and Announcer Show.
Okay, that's coming up on what day?
August 11th, it's a Tuesday. We have to postpone it because of President Bobby. And so the new date is August 11th, and it's going to be at the Guam Museum. Also, the only way to get tickets is online.
Okay. All right. Easy enough. Sometimes it's the best way to get tickets is online.
And those tickets are limited.
Oh, okay. Good to know. All right. So talk to me about the event. You've done this, it's the 4th annual, first of all, right?
Yes. And it is my first engagement with it since joining the foundation early this January.
Right.
Obviously, the foundation is there to be on to raise funds to provide funding to the Guam Museum so that we can have these programs and events to share with our people here in Guam.
Yeah.
And so we're excited about it. We're going to have Vince Ragers and his crew perform that evening. We have some vendors who are going to provide, chessa, tuba, and cerveza. So everybody knows tuba is kind of like the moonshine.
Yeah. We were just, do you drink tuba? No. Have you ever had it?
Yeah, I do.
Oh, yeah. You can say that you have to have had it one time in your life to realize that you have to stand up intermittently to make sure that you still have legs. I think that's a creeper.
It is.
And then we were just talking about it because I asked her, you really don't have tuba? She said, yeah. She said, do you remember like in the old days, the chase up for tuba was absolutely cerveza. Right? And you said splits for the first time I've heard splits in a long time. And the old guard used to, they would not shoot, there wasn't a bag, it wasn't like a bar bag. Okay. They mixed beer with the tuba. That was a whole level of inebriation right there. Right. I remember seeing my uncles just falling on the ground every once in a while. That was fun.
And we are lucky enough to still have it around.
Yeah.
So Dave didn't go secure that.
Oh, nice.
And we'll have it. We'll have that.
So the event, this is the 4th time that you've done this, and this is usually a central fundraiser for the Guam Museum.
That is correct.
Because they're generally, arts and humanities here, they're generally funded through a larger agency. So it's not its own agency. It relies on shared funds.
Correct. So, nonprofit organizations, and you probably know this, a lot of government agencies have a foundation because you can't cut off funds you need.
Absolutely.
And so they have these foundations to help support that. So I've been involved with so many different foundations in the past, and I'm excited for this one because now it's bringing back my roots, and I get to help share and keep our heritage going here in our culture.
Well, this almost feels, because Joanne is the executive director of the Guam Museum Foundation, and she just moved back to Guam in the last year and a half. And you were from where? You lived before you came here, what was it? Wyoming? Montana. I knew it was somewhere there where they were cowboy goods. Moved from Montana, and it's kind of like you're walking into a renaissance. I think we've been in this stage for a number of years, the Guam Renaissance, and you're walking into it at a really exciting time where I'm pretty sure that you have found out that our culture is really, and the interest in the culture has really gained a lot of momentum.
Oh, a lot. Throughout, the U.S. mainland. We used to travel to Washington every year to attend some of the fiestas there. Where I live, I think you can count it tomorrow with 5 fingers.
Right, sure.
However, during our time there, we shared our culture. We shared, with all the people in the community. I think I mentioned last time I was here, I created the first Montana Multicultural Fair. And we invited Johnny and Manny to come over to be part of it. And Johnny was our guest speaker because he was also the president of an Asian Pacific Islander nationally, I believe. And then, of course, Manny, our own very own Chamorro Culture Prize winner, was taking photos and doing the stories of all these Chamorros that live in the States that are making a difference, having impact, and stuff like that. So it was a great opportunity to bring them out. And it brought some Chamorros over that we didn't know lived in Montana for many years.
First of all the places to settle, what was the attraction of Montana?
Well, my husband works at the Air Force Base out there.
Oh, so you go where he goes, basically. So what brings you to Guam?
He's going to be retiring soon, maybe. So he told me, go ahead, go home.
Oh.
Start your career.
Oh.
And so when he's ready,
he's going to come through.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I figured I better listen to him because all these years you've been supported all my everything that I've been involved with.
Yeah. So you come in and landing this position with the Guam Museum Foundation has when you're in the States and you live as a Chamorro amongst a sea of other ethnic groups or cultural groups, and those who don't really necessarily have culture, coming back to a place that you were, I'm assuming, born and raised, what was that like to now you're back, you don't have to tell people about Guam, now you're already in it.
Right.
What does that feel like?
Well, in my time I did that a lot, right? Sharing Guam, our culture and all that. And coming home is an opportunity now for me to get back into my roots. And being gone for so many years, I said to myself, I can attend all these rosaries to reconnect with family.
Yeah, interesting. That would be a place to meet people.
I know, it's sad, but it's true.
It is true, yeah.
And so getting out there again, and then, I understand Chamorro fluently, but I don't speak it. And there's a lot of us like that.
Well, I've always said, I'm 66. My parents are products of the war. After the war, and they got married and had children, they never spoke to us in Chamorro.
Right.
We lived in an Air Force base about our life. So it wasn't the spoken word, but I also strained to hear what they were saying when they were speaking because I wanted to know what it was that they were speaking, and, I was nosy, right? Especially if they were having an argument, I was like, who's right, who's wrong? But I also understood all the commands that was going to save my life, like shut up, sit down, make rice, do homework. So, you know what I mean? These are my survival skills.
Right, and the look.
But yeah, and then you get the look. But were you exposed to it growing up as a child? Your parents were fluent in Chamorro.
Yeah, so what's weird about that is my parents spoke in Chamorro, my grandma spoke in Chamorro. We had a Chamorro teacher at school, in elementary.
Right.
I'll never forget her, Mrs. Appleby.
Okay.
But why didn't
you speak it?
I speak it, right? We could do the play, we could sing in Chamorro, but to speak fluent Chamorro,
it just wasn't the same comprehension as understanding.
No, I mean, you have the textbook type of, word in Chamorro, and then you've got the conversational one, right? So my husband, who's originally from Rhoda, speaks fluent Chamorro, and back then that's our first language. So, I've been with him for 20 years, and I'm like,
and does he speak Chamorro to you, and you understand fluently?
Only if he doesn't want the kids to know what he's saying.
Oh, okay, right. Well, that makes sense. Yeah.
And so I kind of blame him.
Well, I mean, he's just Chamorro, and he's telling you a secret. How do you speak back if the kids are still listening? Right, you text him.
I try to where I just do whatever.
Yeah. Well, and that's a great thing. I mean, you're back in Guam after all of these years, and you're settled in, and it sounds like this is going to be a new retirement destination.
Right.
This is a place.
Right.
When you came back and you saw the Guam Museum, and you saw when the concept came up, God bless in his presence and his vision, Senator Tony Pinko.
What a beautiful facility.
It is something to be definitely proud of here. Yeah.
In all the years I've been gone, I've traveled back and forth, but I've never, we as Jamal's take a lot of these things for granted, right? The beaches,
I'm sure.
The museum. But my interest at the museum really came to fruition when Manny and Johnny came.
Last year?
2 years ago. That was my first time to enter the museum. When he did his Presley book.
Yeah.
When I walked in there, I'm like, oh gosh, this is incredible. It's such a beautiful museum. And I've been to tons of museums in Montana, right? And I thought, this is
you got to be a part of this.
Yes. Yeah. And I didn't know that I was going to, I didn't have my eyes set on working for the museum. And last year, I got a call, and I said, hey, this might be a good position for you. Look at the role and stuff. And then, I called him, and I'm like, hey, the museum's our foundation's looking for an executive director. He goes, oh my God, you'll be sure to get that. Right? Yeah. And so I'm excited because being in this role is helping me to connect, right? And to learn how important our culture.
Does it make a difference that you're coming in with eyes wide open? You've had the culture in your heart and in your DNA, but coming back with your eyes wide open, having been in different places around the country.
Well, someone said to me not too long ago, Joan, slow down.
Don't burn out. Don't burn out. Because you have a lot of ideas.
Lots of ideas, and I'm a go-go,
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I'm gonna go get them.
So I'm not, I just so many things, right? But again, the museum is a government entity, right? And I'm nonprofit. Sure. So, just sharing ideas and just taking it one step at a time, day by day.
Well, part of it is being a benefactor, right? Part of it is making sure that they have all of the resources that are available. And this one will help, definitely help because it's sort of exclusive in that the tickets are limited, so it's not like open to the entire island. You really have to be wanting to support the museum.
Right. And it's to preserve our culture, our heritage, and pass it on and share it with the generations that are to come. My children are coming next year for vacation. They haven't been here since we moved.
Wow. How long ago was that?
About 25 years ago.
Maybe 25 years.
My grandkids, So I'm super excited for them to see the museum. Friends that are coming, every time they call, hey, I always tell them to go check out the museum.
Are they coming for the liberation, or are they coming for just vacation?
Vacation, summer, so we figured the summertime here would be a great time for them because there'd be a lot of activities going on, right? And we don't have a ton of food.
Yeah, I mean, and it was the typhoon that has postponed this, but this time, you can't run away from a typhoon and you can't predict when they're going to happen, right? You just got to roll with it.
And the Chamorros are so resilient, right?
We're good.
Pick up and keep moving forward.
This is true. And so the pickup after has been pretty rapid. You said that you were going to be able to have the celebration, about this time anyway. So what can we expect?
So we'll have the Ian and Auntie show about 7 o'clock that evening.
Where's that going to be?
It's going to be in the Museum Theater. We'll have volunteers there to help navigate our visitors that come in, or people are coming in this show. We've got the tuba again vendors serving,
tuba vendors. It's not Mr. Francis from Russia. It's like people who actually make that stuff.
Dave's got the
hooker. Okay.
And so they'll bring out
tuba's not really necessarily like an item that's marketed everywhere. If you know kind of thing, right? Yeah. If you want tuba, you gotta connect.
Correct.
It's not like it's manufactured and selling this.
It's not bottled. It's not canned.
It just comes in the same vinegar bottle.
If you don't drink it soon enough, it'll turn into exactly 2 barrels.
That is so true.
But so that's going to take place, and one of the most exciting things that night is the unveiling of the honor wall. And this is the World War II survivors that Johnny and Nanny were able to capture in the last, I think, 4 or 5 years. And it was made possible by the Bookman family. So Mr. Bookman served here from 1944 to 46, and he went around the island as a photographer and took a lot of pictures, like hundreds of pictures.
We saw them. We saw some of them on display a couple of years ago.
So it's exciting that through them, Manny and Judge and Johnny Gilmore and Rob Harris set up this wall. It's in the lobby area, and it has a monitor that has the rotating photos of the World War II survivors that they were able to get signatures from through the years. And then the split side of that monitor is going to show a lot of Mr. Bookman's photos. So we're super excited to share that. And his daughter, Jane, was supposed to come and be here for it, but her husband, Mike, passed away. And
she lost her father, and she lost her husband in the past couple of years.
Right. And she wished we could be here, and she's just so grateful that she had the opportunity to share her father's pictures, and plus give us some funding to set this up and give it back to the Chamorro people.
That's really nice. And we talked about these photos, and they were on display a couple of years ago at the museum. It was a sight to see then. It was just, that part of it, but it was the flag signing. And we had this conversation with Johnny and with Manny and Rob the other day. It's the signing. To affix your signature on something was very meaningful for a lot of the elderly to come and be able to do that. Yeah.
And like Johnny says, they're not here to have it relive the story, but to have that for them, and it's a legacy, and you pass it on. And what was so incredible about the exhibit last year was all the mementos that came. Wow, they were able to identify a lot of those photos, those people in the photos, which Bookman didn't have. He didn't have names for the people. But it was just incredible to watch that and sit there and, hey, that's good biz, or, Sam Anna, and it's just...
And that kind of reawakens, and like you said, you don't want them to be there, and it's not supposed to be a traumatic situation, but for this event to be able to see these photos, it jogs like really good memories, because the photos are post-war, during the rebuild, and as we are, you would never even guess that this was a wartime or war-ridden place, because these women were dressed. They had their hair done by themselves. They were wearing outfits. People were still laughing. A lot of the photos were showing. He didn't walk around telling them to pose necessarily. For the women that he did, he was looking at beautiful women.
Yes,
he was. They were probably figuring he was probably flirting with a good part of the subjects. But they didn't look like they were still in a war zone. That was so ironic.
You didn't see sadness or pain. And that's the resilience of our Chamorro people.
You really got to see these photos, because unless you were looking in the background or unless there was something that showed it, you've never seen recovery, like personal, private, emotional recovery, the way it was depicted in these photos.
Right. And so, we encourage you, your listeners out there, if they want to experience the Indian and Alta show and support the foundation, which supports the museum, they can go on the Guam Museum, not but GuamMuseumFoundation.org and purchase their tickets. Now, if they don't have access to the internet to do that, they can call me at 689-111. 1111, and I will have them through and purchase their tickets. They just have to have their credit card ready, or whatever
method of payment. Well, they're going to have to give you personally their card if they want assistance. And if you don't want to trust that process, you can certainly ask one of your family members.
Correct.
But they're not going to be sold at the door.
No. I mean, if we have some, a significant amount by then, they will probably call out and
and let people know.
But it's coming up fast, is what you're saying.
Yes.
How much are they giving?
They are $175.
Okay.
And it includes everything that's going to happen that evening.
Plus the food.
The food and, the libation.
Yeah, well, I'm sure people are going to come for them too, but to actually see the memorial wall, participate in the event inside the theater, and just commingle with others.
Yeah, and all this stuff is, really priceless, right? The show, the honor wall, and just the gathering of the people to come out and support this. It's priceless. So, $175.
Well, if you've got it, this will be a place to
got it. Yes.
671-689-1111. I mean, I don't know if you want people to actually give you your credit card number, their credit card numbers over the phone. That's kind of what people, especially the monopoly, are going to do that, right?
I know.
But maybe
or come to the museum.
If you come to the museum, that you can work it out and coordinate family members.
And then we have 6 other shows after that for the evening in Ojo.
Oh, yeah.
And that's on August 13, 14, 15. 20, 21, and 22nd. That's all online. All the information that we're talking about today are all online.
Okay.
So they can visit their website and check it out.
Okay. I appreciate this, lady. And, I know you've been here for a year and a half, but I'm really looking forward to what you intend to bring. I really like go-getters. Go, get it. But I appreciate it. I appreciate having you in the studio. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for having me.
The next time Leona Young, she's kind of like a veteran of the foundation, or she understands.
Yeah, she's been around for a long time. So.
It's always a good conversation to have, and I really appreciate it.
Well, thank you again.
It's my pleasure. That is, again, Joanne Gogo. She is the Executive Director of the Guam Museum Foundation. The event is happening next week, the 11th, and it's on a Tuesday, by the way. Yeah. And if you just want to ask any questions, 689-1111. We are at 9:30 in the morning now. Quick break here. We'll be right back.
Not today. It's Amanda Shelton. I'm ready to serve you again in the legislature on August 1st. Proven leadership so we can continue to build a stronger Guam together. I humbly ask for your vote. Amanda Shelton, number 6 Democrat.
Johnny Cool-Forrest, Treasurer. Military officer, law enforcer, policymaker. Service has been the cornerstone of Congressman James Moylan's life. James Moylan swore to protect America as an officer of the United States Army. As a parole officer, James worked with families affected by substance abuse and domestic violence. He was elected to the 35th and 36th Guam legislatures, and now James Moylan represents Guam's needs in our nation's capital as a member of the United States Congress. Congressman Moylan has fought for more than $3 billion for Guam, including almost $1 billion in military construction and roads, and law enforcement and first responder vehicles and equipment. Moylan is also working vigorously on standing up a regional office right here on Guam, a game changer for our 25,000 plus veterans, 40 years and 4 homes. Dedicated, resilient, trustworthy, and proven. As James Moylan, re-elect James Moylan for Congress. Moylan works.
I'm James Moylan, a candidate for Congress, and I approve this message.
Paid for by James Moylan for Congress. David L. Camacho, Treasurer.
Road to Adeline. This time we spoke with Democrat candidates. Senator Tori Surratt, Senator Tobias Harris. Here is your opportunity to hear how they plan to govern Guam. Watch the conversation on page 105 YouTube channel. Read it when this is a glimpse of Guam legislation.
The biggest qualities that I think is still necessary for a governor to choose and a lieutenant governor is a teamwork, loyalty, hardworking. These are all words that describe Tina. She really does have a true passion and a heart and a responsibility for others. There's so many people that are depending on you for their livelihoods, either directly or indirectly. And having somebody that actually cares about people, that doesn't look at them as numbers, that cares and understands the value of hard work, that's where Tina Muñoz comes in, and that's why she's such an excellent partner. Tina has my back and I have her back.
And then, Tina, and we approve this message.
sale for a chance to buy round-trip tickets to Taiwan. Join the Guam Photo Hunt and visit iconic landmarks and hidden gems island-wide. The more locations you photograph, the more chances you have to win exciting prizes. Learn more and submit to win online at visitguam.com/photo hunt. Terms and conditions apply. Explore, snap, and rediscover Guam. Brought to you by the Guam Business Bureau.
What do world champion martial artist Brandon Vera and DJ Jackson have in common with jazz great Patrick Palomo? They all teach Mount Carmel Academy Charter School students. Mount Carmel is now a charter school serving the entire island of Guam. Voted Guam's best school, it's tuition free. We begin our 70th year of educating the complete child. Register today. Call 565-5128.
We're looking back at a wild 19th century status symbol today to uncover the high society history that reshaped the animal kingdom. Welcome to the National Day Spotlight for July 29th.
During the 19th century, wild tigers became the absolute ultimate currency of high society political power among wealthy European royalty, which deeply highlights the crucial historic urgency celebrated on International Tiger Day. Power-hungry monarchs launched dangerous, multi-year expeditions into remote areas of India and Southeast Asia to capture these living intact predators, smuggling them back across vast oceans in custom wood crates aboard crowded steamships. This highly competitive, exotic animal gold rush systematically decimated vulnerable wild populations and nearly drove the entire species to absolute extinction long before modern global wildlife protection networks were ever officially established to save them.
It's pretty sad that they almost wiped those tigers out.
Yep.
And now we have them in zoos. Yeah, all over. We have one right next door at our zoo.
That's pretty cool, actually.
It really is, but you know what? I'm really glad we can see it at the zoo and not have to have it in our house. We're also celebrating National Chicken Wing Day and National Lipstick Day. I'm Allison Anderson.
And I'm Marlo Anderson, National Day Calendar, reminding you to celebrate every day.
If you're looking for world-class website hosting at a fair price, Pair Networks is your best choice. Founded in the early days of the web and still going strong today, Pair Networks now hosts over 150,000 websites for its demanding customers worldwide. Setting the standards for excellence, Pair Networks has a technical and support staff that's second to none. A highly stable company with top-of-the-line technology, Pair Networks offers total reliability and flexibility for your website, and even a money-back guarantee. Whether you're a professional web designer or a beginner just getting your site online, Pair Networks has a web hosting plan that's right for you. Make the move today. Log on and learn more at pair.com. That's PAIR.com. Pair Networks. World-class web hosting at a fair price. Visit us at pair.com. Pair Networks.
Many of our U.S. veterans and service members face challenges, mental health struggles, housing obstacles, employment, food insecurity, and social isolation, to name just a few. I'm Bob Woodard. My family and I started the Bob Woodard Foundation in 2006 after I sustained a life-threatening injury while reporting from Iraq. Our service members had my back that day, and we need to have theirs now more than ever. At the Bob Woodard Foundation, we raise awareness about the tough challenges veterans and military families face and invest in solutions to help support them in the next chapter of their lives. And with one solution comes the next. We solve the housing situation, we increase employment opportunities. We solve employment problems, we address food insecurity. We solve food insecurity, we impact physical and mental health issues. Learn more about our work at bobwooderfoundation.org/success.
My name is Emma. I am 32 years old. 6 years ago, I was entering a class that was paralyzed from the waist down. Once I completed rehab, my mom applied for a caring companion service dog. Last January, I finally got to meet my service dog, Garcia, who quickly developed a very strong bond. Together, we go to horseback riding lessons, go band practice, swimming, and archery classes. Together, we pick vegetables, and we like to cut flowers. I love Marcia. She makes me feel like together we can do anything. At school, I don't do life without her. She's a part of the family. We are just one of the countless of teams Atlantic Penguins have cared to get her over the past 50 years. With your help, we can continue for another 50. Visit canine.org to see the many ways you can change your life.
Every 16 seconds, an American receives a cancer diagnosis. Every minute of every day, another person loses their life to cancer. That's why Stand Up to Cancer has set a bold goal to make early-stage detection an essential part of standard of care for all cancers. So often if cancer is detected early, the chance of long-term survival is 90%. So if we all support cancer research, more than 2 million lives can be saved in the next decade. So join the mission to help save lives today at standuptocancer.org.
My name is Erica. My son Jason is a physician trainer children. My oldest called me and said, Jason got her. The trauma doctor came and said, go to trainers. His injury was a big injury, and I think it's testament to the care that we provide. He's fully functional. He's riding his dirt bike, doing all of the things that you would want him to do. We're just so thankful that Jason is still here. Go online right now to lunchtrainers.org.
Educational. I did not know a lot of things that I just found out. Her name is Joanne Gogo.
A lot of fun.
She's a really nice lady. You know, she was telling me that she does a lot of this work in specific organizations in the place that she was living in Montana. And she was also telling me that she was called like a town hero. A town hero for the work that she's done with civic organizations over there. She's worked at the Chamber of Commerce. And she's a big fundraiser. And she also told me that she rode with the Thunderbirds. Now you're just showing off. I'm like, yo, you know what? I mean, show off that little piece of crap. But I dare you what? You've got a lot going on anyway. To ride with the Thunderbirds, I don't know. That's what, dude, could you do it?
I'm good. I'm passing.
You know, I don't know about all that. You know, like, you ever been in one of those flight simulators?
Yes.
Yeah. How'd you do?
Not too well.
Were you on the ones that they sell at the GameStop, or are you talking about?
No. I mean, my father was also in the service, so when you get in those things, I mean, it's not the same as riding a roller coaster, man. Those fuckers go pretty fast. Yeah. I swear, I had to go back and find my organs. It's like, you got it?
Well, you know, the one that I went to is actually at Anderson Air Force Base, and they put me in this little capsule, I think it was, and I was actually doing it as a news story, because I was working at cable TV, and it was like one of those things, like feature films, and I went up there, and they put me in front of the simulator, and the guy was giving me instructions on what to do, and I crashed the B-52. It's like I literally got off the runway and I ran into the airport. You know, it's like, and then you got like a whole bunch of people. And the thing about it, I was documenting it for a news piece. And I crashed into the airport. I mean, you know, it's like they didn't stand a chance with me.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. You know what? Some of those stuff, man, I'm just not cut out for. I'm like, you know what? Go and do your service. I'll be right here cheering you on, okay? Thank you. I can't.
But I've seen these, like, you know, they always ask you how to get in one of those jets, right?
Okay.
You know, I don't even like a roller coaster.
If it's not moving, I'm down.
But no, it's moving, baby.
Look, man, if it's doing somersaults and cartwheels and all of that, I'm
not a thrill seeker like that. I'm like the girl's gonna vomit on you. And they go like, you know, we're talking about getting on, like in the.
Like, Bobby looks like a fun skydiving.
Like she would be down.
Bobby, are you down for skydiving? You can say yes. Yeah.
Were you a thrill seeker when you were back in your heyday?
Let's go.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Okay. Hot air balloon already.
I'm not like this boring compared to you. What other mechanics are you doing? Bungee jump? Would you bungee jump? Even now?
Yes.
Yeah.
In my younger days, yes.
Yeah, I never in my younger days, things like falling out of
What does that mean? No,
she's talking about me.
Okay. No, you still got it. I feel like you still got it. You still got it. Because, I'm working poles, so you can still bungee jump. See? You see how I'm doing this?
The telephone pole.
But I got tons for days. I'm loaded for this one.
I have a question for you guys.
Go for it. I'm into. Oh, good. Let's go.
How did you do last weekend on all those different rallies? All three of them?
I didn't make it to all three. One was still doing a motorcade, and my schedule, I got it booked to EPAN, so I did the best I could. I could only make it to so many. But I think they all did a great job. It was a great turnout at all the events, so I think
she just didn't go to the one.
The one. I make it to that one. I feel like I should have done it.
Why should have been so you didn't go to it?
I missed that one. I wasn't at that one. So I had other arrangements going on, so I had kind of pop in and pop out. But it was really nice to see, and you got to see everyone's family members. Oh my God, it's your mom, it's your husband. Oh my God, that's your kids. So it's really
I think those times are wrong.
That was a lot of fun.
It's much more fun with Bobby than it is with Johnny and Charlie. He heard his name. He heard his name. It's over. Come in.
Uncle John. There he is. There's Uncle John.
I just said she's much more fun, but then you walked up right when I was insulting you. So sit down.
You got right with you. Here comes Uncle Johnny. There we go.
What was that now? Oh, yeah. Charlie can come in here. Well, we have 45 tedious minutes to get through right now with Lonnie in here and Charlie, but it's always good to have you. We only have 2 microphones. Polly brought this. I'm going to give this to you. It's water. Polly brought it up for our guest. Hey, Charlie, I just was on the phone with Charlie, and I said, I hope I get to see you this time, because usually I'm trying to run away from Uncle Johnny, so I get out of here pretty fast.
Yeah, we miss Charlie every once in a while.
Right? Well, he's a busy guy being independent. He was out there. He was out there spreading his wings, his political wings.
That's our pilot.
So we were just talking about whether or not you would jump out of an airplane.
Oh, absolutely.
Now. Would you go on a Thunderbird flight? Okay, yeah.
Well, he's still a youngin'.
This is true.
I mean, there's other concerns now. I mean, before, my little one, I think about my daughter.
Now you just don't want to jump out of a perfectly good airplane. That's my thing. I'm not jumping out of a perfectly good airplane, for my life. But,
you start to put things in perspective as well.
Absolutely.
And your body, I mentioned in the area.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not violating my own HIPAA law. But the bones age. Certain things, even flying.
Yeah.
I know you can
Traveling, Auntie Bobby just went as well. She went beyond Hawaii. You go on beyond Hawaii was like the first frontier. Now we're going all the way to the East Coast, which is absolutely crazy. It's once you get there, you know.
I was like, I can do this every weekend, And all of a sudden, I
suddenly, Suddenly we all need the life vaccines. Suddenly our budgets have changed.
I'll never fit into that.
I mean, at a certain income level, you now have to start pinching your pennies, because I'm not riding up I'm not doing that 51G anymore. I'm done taking the last seat on the flight. It's like, Rodriguez, how we are called on that.
Even my kids are so spoiled.
Yeah.
Mom, that's it. We are never going to sit in the back. Because I worked with the airlines when they were still in school. So when they graduated from high school, they lose their privilege. Right?
To fly, yeah.
So they went and applied, and they both got a job.
In the airline?
Yeah,
okay.
They both retired from there.
Oh, wow. But they have flying privileges now.
Yeah, on their own.
Yeah. Okay, he's signaling a defense. I don't know what that is. I think you speak Uncle Johnny language, because that was brutal just now. But good morning. Otherwise, how are you doing? Are you excited?
Well, yesterday I was talking to Ryan. I said, a year and a half ago, we were saying we're a year and a half away.
Yeah.
Then we're a year.
Yeah.
Then we're 6 months. And now we're 3 days away.
If you had stayed on the ticket, I can't ask you you what the status would have been, because I think you're always going to feel that your chances would be great. Otherwise, you don't run even up to the third day, right before the. But if you were still on the ticket, you know, where would you have been while you were on the campaign trail? Would any of your strategy have changed, knowing what you know now and knowing what you were getting into, you know, before you guys file? You had a groundswell of support. People were all over the place trying to make sure that you and Jeff were on the right path and it was something. Would you, knowing now that you have more independents that have made themselves known, would your platform have changed to include more things you didn't know then than you do now?
I think there's two parts. I think one is the timing. And the strategy was we were going to get in front of the people as much as we could. Even just getting the signatures, we waited a little bit longer than we should have. And that was a decision that myself and Jeff, because we were still debating on whether it was the right thing to do.
Yeah.
And when we both decided, we were just sitting there in front of the beach and, you know, on his second floor, and we were looking out to the ocean, and I said, we started talking about our businesses and what we were looking for, and that was really the decision. That's when we made the decision to sort of pay that let's do it, Jeff, because I felt like that the discussion that we had was resonating in my mind as far as what I was looking for in somebody that was going to run for the position. And so we made a decision. And then from a political standpoint, you know, we were not politicians. And so we were receiving good advice. We thought it was good advice. Some of the things that from a platform perspective that maybe might have changed, I think that we might have put the platform a little bit ahead of time. I think we should have released the platform when we announced, because a lot of folks were asking, so what are you running on?
Yeah.
And so I think that it should have been parallel. And there's if somebody was to go look at our platform, it's really, you know, it takes into account, you know, not just the right and the left, but issues that kind of bring folks into the middle. And one of the biggest things that we were trying to do is making sure that we created programs that allowed the people to stay here on Guam. Because from a teaching perspective, you know, I teach amazing students. But, you know, I asked them at the beginning of the school year, how many folks are going to go off island? And a good percentage of them raised their hand because in their mind they're saying, well, the opportunity is really off island. So we wanted to create programs that would allow them for them to stay, an incentive for them to stay, and not just an incentive saying that, you know, you can go into the hospitality business, you can go into the military. No, but really create a strategy where there was a monetary incentive for them to stay, because we will show you, we will create, you know, make sure that you learn a trade, send you to school, but it's got to be a complete circle where there was a job at the end. There was a lot at the end of the tunnel, not, okay, let me go. We wanted to ensure that we create these programs. We looked at the budgets. We actually looked at where we could pull money from to give this sort of incentive for high school graduates to either take up.
You're talking about some sort of track that they can follow. The
Correct.
commitment to the track, and in the very end, the commitment's got to come from an employer somewhere.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
So we will partner up with, but it's a government program,
right,
with an employer program.
Right.
And so, but everything costs money. Yeah. The employers want some type of break, whether it's you know, taxes or whatever, just to ensure that they can bring on additional folks to work with them. And then from the government perspective, it should be the right to ensure that everybody has the opportunity to get a good job, good paying salary, and make sure they stay on Guam. So that was sort of like the platform, and when we started putting it out there and talking to the younger generation, 18, 19-year-old university folks, UCC folks, it resonated well.
Mm.
People were like, oh, you know, because now they were going to be part of something. They're part of a program.
You're seeing hope there, right? And you're seeing something that's tangible that you can work toward, which is always helpful for kids. When you're in school, when you're studying to be a computer scientist, right? You gotta do all you have to do, and then get the crap sheet if you want to get the job, right? I want to kind of pivot into something, because there's a new bill out, or idea, concept. It was actually a bill by Teresa Rahan Sabina Perez that would do away with the limit of 10 years to provide survivor spouse support after a veteran passes away. It's a great idea. It doesn't change anything with the federal law, but it does change the benefits that you would get in the Guam law, which are not monetary necessarily. I think eventually translate into monetary, but it's mostly services that you're getting the break from. So I don't know whether or not that is something that is obviously would be a good thing, and a lot of people who would take interest in it. But scenarios like yourself, antibody, it's not like the money runs out, in 10 years, or that you're not on a fixed income after 10 years, right? So for you, it would work. But the question is about this bill is it's always going to come down to how many people are we adding onto the rolls. That's going to be another thing that's going to require some sort of fiscal note on what's it going to cost the government of Guam to add more survivors into the spouses into the benefits that Guam has to offer. Have you read the bill? Yeah. What do you think of it?
I mean, for these type of bills, and I think when it comes to the veteran side, the way that I look at it is that it's a circular economy because the money that goes back into, let's say, the spouses or some of the benefits that the veterans receive, it all comes back here. It stays within Guam, and that's what we're looking for. We want that money to stay here because, Auntie Bobby, she's going to make sure that she takes care of Johnny, making sure that he makes it to the hospital, and so she's going to the hospital, going out to lunch, going out to dinner, making sure that all that is part of that evolution. And so for me, it's always been like, how does that come back? What's the ROI for the government to be able to spend X amount of money in this program, and how does that come back with? And you could actually you can put an equation in there kind of and see exactly what.
Would there not still be an unknown of how many additional people would be put onto the rolls because of that?
Right. And so that's sort of the X factor, right? What are we looking at? What does that really amount to?
Yeah.
We've actually had discussions about this. I mean, we've always wondered why that law was, why it was the way it was, and when was it put in place?
I think one of the scenarios is, the easy scenario would be an example of you and Johnny. And this is not a premonition. I mean, we're all going to go some soon, but I don't want it to be like this is the scenario, okay? We love you, we want you to stay around. And it also sounds like it's hard. Could be me first, but the point of the scenario is you've been in the military, you are going to be receiving the spousal support after she passes. In the event that you go first, Uncle Johnny now is going to remarry.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah. She's not even human. You're the one who's mad. I'm like, I'm dead, bro. Just now on my side of the bed. So you're going to remarry in a year. This person now is entitled to all of his benefits. Is it equal that she, after 1 year, is married to him versus 100 years that they've been married? Is it equal, right? And I think that's the
Julie gone and my new chick.
Yeah.
My new chick.
Who we won't like, by the way. We already don't like her.
Myself and my veterans.
Yeah.
Everything is subject to change, and we see it every day in the VA veteran's life. Benefits, medical systems, everything, treatments, and it's all improving. So whatever happens after I'm gone, Charlie and Bobby might be friends.
I think you have both scenarios.
I guess so. Now, here's a scenario you didn't get.
I already had someone ask me to get married.
We're doing something wrong.
I would have just been using her for your benefit. Just to fly free. She wanted to fly free. Oh my God, that was so funny. Uncle Johnny was left in the room. That was too much. Hey, you guys, I'm glad halfway that we had this conversation. That was good. We're going to make way for this trio of I don't even want to know. But I keep a sharp ear out. I keep a sharp ear out for Auntie Patti and Uncle Charlie right now. You said it, bro. You said it. I can't even unhear what you just said. Charlie, this is the thing. You'll get both husbands and wives. Uncle Johnny needs to rethink this one. All right, so I love you guys so much. Thanks so much. It was time for us to make room for them, and that's a whole lot of them happening right now. It's a dynamic that I don't want to think about. But you can catch Polly Suba doing his thing this afternoon from 2 to 6, and then, of course, Dice does her thing across the yard at Power 98. You want to keep that laugh going. Listen to her this afternoon on your way home while you're listening to Polly. Right now, it's time for Mornings with Patti to end. Thank God. I'm Patty. KZ1FM and Daddy Dogo. Have a good one, everybody. We'll see you back here tomorrow. Thanks, guys.